Right. So, I'm a simple man.
You're a simple man, Wooly. Why are you a simple man? Well, no, why is not important. How are you a simple man?
I see some unexpected witch abs coming my way, and nosebleeds start happening. I was already talking about how Hades originally had just gorgeous nonstop fucking just oozing simps left and right, all over their character designs, because they're gods and goddesses, and that makes sense. And,
these are the Greek gods and or pantheon. They're supposed to be attractive.
And 5 minutes into Hades 2, and they're just fucking hitting you with Hecate and Nemesis. And I'm like,
yeah, Hecate in particular has the bonus of being voiced by Amelia Tyler, who you may recognize as the narrator of Baldur's Gate 3.
Right.
And it has I have a genuine feeling that we're going to be hearing, because she's doing like cool, sexy British lady voice. I have a strong suspicion we're going to be hearing a lot of Amelia Tyler over the next couple of years.
I mean, it's fun to go talk to Dad and watch him shit on you in Hades originally, and every time you roll back through, he's got some frowning disapproval, for you. But to just replace that with roundabout over to this like Rosa with abs ass boss witch bitch lady, like, I'm like, yes, absolutely, please, let's go. I'm down for that to be the regular thing. And then you get your Dusa too, which is just a little Spooky's jump scare mansion character.
Yeah, like Dora. So we're talking about Hades 2, by the way.
Hades 2. Yeah. I'm curious, because I know your deal, and your deal is some long redheaded pigtails show up and an eyebrow is raised. When's the last time like you got hit with nosebleed action right on stream? In game?
Man, I don't know.
Right?
Honestly, have you met Doom in Hades 2 yet?
No, not yet.
Moros in Hades 2 shows up on screen with no shirt, and I just like yelled out like, "Yo, I'm gonna suck that dude's dick!" Like it's like upsetting. It's very upsetting.
I haven't seen yet.
You just pull the
fucking... man. Yeah, okay. I can I can imagine. I mean, seeing some of the old faves coming back around, it's like, how did you take what's this? Oh yeah. I saw him. I saw him. Yeah. No, that's so it's you got the long-haired like beautiful man, but then you've got the antlers. And instead of just doing the thing where the antlers stick out and the hair drops, you've got the hair flowing like a veil hanging from the antlers for that extra level of like je ne sais quoi. Yeah, absolutely. No, I was straight up. I'm like, how are you gonna take a naked lady and somehow improve on that? Like, she's already naked. There's not much else to it.
That Aphrodite is like more naked. And because her pose is like more open.
She's more exactly, and you took the Ares eye strip, and then you gave her the shield and the spear, and you're like, yeah. By having a little bit of like just an eye thing and a couple things in your hands, you're now even more naked, right? It's the difference between wearing nothing and wearing something that is like framing the action.
Okay,
you know.
Before we talk about Hades 2. I have to ask you, where are you at in Hades 2?
I just did one quick sesh. I just wanted to touch the surface because I know that I still have to work on my Hades 1 runs, which I have been doing.
I meant in proximity, like
so I met. Yeah. So what happened was I beat Hecate. Hecate. I'm trying to get.
Who is way easier than Meg was.
I took maybe 2 or 3 out her. I forget. I think it was 2. but Hecate. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, and basically stopped right after that point.
Okay. So, like, a lot of the stuff that I want to talk about Hades 2 is like structural, but I don't know where you fall on like spoiler stuff. Of like, I want to talk about the nature of the second boss and the third area, and whatnot. And I don't know where we fallen on this.
Okay, so I you start the game and I walked up and looked at a picture that is like humongous. What are you gonna do? Level spoiler, and that's like fair. I know what I walked into. I booted up the second game and I was destined to encounter something like that. So you look.
Oh yeah. Oh, the painting of the family. Yeah.
It says there's a picture there's a button that says brood, and you brood and stare at a photo, and that photo is big old Hades 1. Spoilers for the multi.
I was playing it and somebody said, "Hey man, should I play Hades 1 before I play Hades 2?" And I was like, "I don't know, they're like different games." And then I was like, I did a second stream of it and was halfway through and started to encounter some shit that I was like, boy, you should fucking play Hades 1 before playing this game.
Yeah. And that's what I spent some time doing. Actually, I'm working on getting through that. So what I would say is, I mean, look, I've decided a long time ago that especially after the amount of shit I've gotten about how me and spoilers and stuff. A couple years back, I decided I'm like, all right, I give up. So I'm just not gonna,
I want to be polite, but I also want to describe like compare and contrast.
So what I would say is, what I prefer is without going into like the specifics of plot details. If you're talking about mechanics of like the second boss,
I want to talk about one boss, and I want to talk about the mechanical layout of the game structure.
Absolutely, go for it.
Okay, so the game. So you saw this. I'm sure you saw this when you started, and it's the most interesting thing you can possibly see when you start the game. Is that right next to the spot where you can go down to start your run, there's a fucking staircase that says go up.
Yeah, and I tried and it said nah.
And it says nah. Right? So I go, okay, so we'll go down. And when you go down, you are doing a 4-act like level structure, just like Hades 1. One down, one down, one down, one down, which will find a fight with Kronos. And then you beat Kronos, and then you loop around, and then you unlock Darkness, which is heat from the first game to do your bonus runs, right? So going down is the same structure. It's pretty much exactly the same, with one major difference, and it feels that the areas they added this time around are direct counterpoints to the problems people had with Hades 1's areas.
And what problems would those be?
So, Asphodel's lava was pretty annoying as a standard feature,
right?
And Elysium was I hated Elysium. I hated Elysium so goddamn much. Where the armored guys would then pop out the goddamn armored eyeballs. So there's a similar enemy type that you kill them and they pop out an eyeball, but the eyeball's just a bomb.
Okay.
Like it doesn't regenerate. And shielded enemies are rare.
Oh, those fuckers sucked.
They're very, very rare.
Yeah.
And the Temple of Styx in the Hades 1 was really small and not super interesting to me. Like Asphodel and Tartarus were my favorite zones, which sucks because they're the first two. So they've gone the other way.
Are you talking about Erebus?
No, I'm talking in Hades 1, the Temple of the Styx, where you fought the rats in the satyrs.
Yeah. Right. Yes.
Right. It was super fucking small, and it was just like tiny little rooms.
Yeah, a little challenge room to get the stuff for Cerberus.
The areas in Hades 2 seem like direct counters to that. So like a really good example is, do you remember getting hit by the pillars in Tartarus because you weren't paying attention? You were hitting a guy and then the pillar would drop the rocks on top of you.
Yeah, or like one of the like stage hazards.
Yeah. So traps, now so a lot of the colors are inverted also. So like we went from like red as the primary color to like green as the primary color with like purple as an accent for Erebus.
Okay.
But regardless, now the trees are the new columns, but the trees always explode outwards.
Okay.
So you attack a tree and it pops outwards like an explosion instead of throwing enemies into it.
Okay.
Like the columns.
It's interesting to note the things that like the lava being annoying and the shielded enemies and the ghosts and stuff, because I'm like,
I fucking hate Elysium so much.
So those things were annoying, but like I just kind of internalized them as like, yeah, because the game's hard. Right? Like, yeah. I just got so used to, like, you're going to need to find a different solution for this type of enemy with your build. Otherwise, too bad, you know? And even lava, it's like, okay, dash off of it whenever it starts to flash white. Mm-hmm. And, like, I took all of that to be, yeah, this game is trying to be fucking hard, you know?
So I also internalized that the same way. And like, well, that's how you make a game like this hard. Well, no, they've actually done it in a totally different way. In Hades 2. So the second area is an ocean. It's a water area, and it is filled with a shit ton of stage hazards and enemies that can live in the water, but you can't go onto the water. Like, it's the opposite of the lava.
Okay.
Right. Like, enemies are like not quite unreachable, but they're like hydras all over the place as like a regular enemy.
Mm-hmm.
But the third area. Sorry, what's that?
No, I was wondering because I was. But the falling pillars for a second, I was curious about like the ones that you drop on the enemies, are they're in when you use them against the enemy, but the stuff in Elysium that hits you is the spears, the arrows, and the lasers,
all that
shoot
annoying
at
shit.
The traps. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the third area is wide open space. Like, it is a big field. Like, it's still a discrete room, but it is like 10 times larger than the rooms you usually deal with, and it's combined doors. So you'll go up to like a door choice, and it, instead of being like heart or boon, it'll be heart, money, and Aphrodite boon, or Poseidon boon, magic upgrade, money.
And you're getting all of the above.
Yeah, and you get all of them because the area is massive.
Okay.
And you have to traverse it and find where the upgrades are. And then when you click on them, a bunch of shit swarms on you. It feels like Diablo.
Okay, because you see, like, with a 1, whenever there was a big room, which Elysium had some large rooms, it didn't matter because you could just stand in spot and kill everything that was coming at you, and then afterwards dash to the end of the hallway that you didn't have to traverse, you know? There's like a room in particular that has a large open field by the front door, 2 big bridges, and then an open area at the back. And if you just stand right in the front door, everything comes and spawns on you and you just kill it there anyway.
Yeah, in the third area in Hades 2, there is it's enormous. It's like 5 screens stacked on top of each other. And you're like exploring around to find the upgrades before leaving. It's really, really interesting. And the fourth area, which would replace the Temple of Styx. So the Temple of Styx was like, you have to find the sack.
Yeah, the Satyr sack.
To get past it and then leave, but you had to decide whether or not you wanted to keep going and get all the upgrades. In Hades 2, they've made that really simple. There's 2 doors. One is straight to the boss, and the other is you want an upgrade. And at the end of that area, it'll go, do you want to go straight to the boss, or you want to get an upgrade? And that happens over and over and over and over. It's like, do you feel like you could beat the boss right now? No. Another challenge room for
boss
room
gear challenge, and you choose until you can keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chronos is way harder than Hades was. Way harder than Hades was. I beat him, but I had a completely fucked build that would just heal me constantly the whole time. He's way harder.
So, I mean, the assumption is, of course, is that this is a challenge meant for people who are coming off of the first game's challenges, right? Plus multiple heat levels.
So it's not quite finished, but I think it actually has to do with going up. So the trick about going up is there's an entire like Hades 3 is going up.
What? Eh.
So going up is not like a one-off boss fight or something like that. It's a
Different
completely
path.
separate level structure
Oh,
with its own
fuck.
unique bosses and rules.
And progression.
Yeah, so when you get to the
Whoa.
when you go up top onto the surface, you get into like a gigantic city that acts like Temple of the Styx. And it basically says you can have 5 of these rooms, and there's like 10 different rooms before progressing onwards. And so you have to pick, like, okay, I have all these upgrades to choose from. Which ones do I actually want to do?
Interesting. Okay.
And then there's a second level on top. And then I can't beat the boss up there. I can't. They're so fucking strong. But the top isn't finished.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be 8 levels probably eventually. There are currently 6.
So I'm very okay just like lightly scraping a little bit here and there, knowing how early access is going to go with this, and knowing that, you know, going all in I'm gonna hit that wall or lose my save. So I'm gonna try to just see if I can play this. I'm gonna see if I can treat this game a little differently, right?
Yeah.
Like it's good enough that as soon as I'm done with Hades 1, I'm gonna want to go hard on 2, but I know that leads me to the same wall every time. So I'm just gonna have to ignore it for a while.
I beat Kronos on the bottom, and that was brutal, and can't even come close to the boss on the top.
Interesting.
Like not like I was a child, like just absolutely stomped me. And I believe the eventual progression is you're gonna be going ping-ponging between the two. Because you get you get way more like mechanical upgrades from the cauldron this time around. So like you'll get everything from the ability to grow food to get bats to show up to help you navigate enemies, navigate areas.
Did they
to all sorts of zany shit?
So far everything in the cauldron seems to be pretty useful. Something I have to say I hated about the first one is how many pages of the contractor were just cosmetic, like
it
useless.
was astonishing,
and like
astonishing how much of it was just.
And I realized there's one point that got useful where one of the fate achievements was get the contractors to do up to 30 jobs. So I'm like, the cheapest quick jobs will be easy for getting that out. But there were still pages and pages of completely meaningless minor cosmetic things. And like some of the significant ones were worked into that list. And it was just a weird way to do it. Like, why not have 2 completely separate, you know? Anyway.
Yeah, right now, there's no cosmetics that I can find, really. And every upgrade is some kind of mechanical change. I want aspects for my weapons, or I want to unlock a new thing on the training room, or I want the ability to not instantly die when I go to the surface, or I want to unlock animal companions.
Have you so far gotten to a point where you have I guess as much as you had with Zagreus by the end of 1?
No, because the Arcana system is different. So upgrading, so there's the 2. There's the you unlock the cards, and unlocking the cards is your abilities. But then you have to unlock the grasp, which is how many of those abilities you can actually run at once. I don't know what the cap is on grasp. I have 24.
Okay.
Which is enough to unlock equip like 8 cards.
Do you enjoy mechanical obtuseness, like when the end goal is like for example, grasp? The point of the grasp is you can pick and choose between some strong abilities, but balance it out so that the strongest can't be all shoved into your build. You're going to have to balance some weak, some strong, or a smaller amount of stronger things. Do you like... Yeah, like it's because I feel like some board games, when I've talked about like the more complex ones, some people like really enjoy that and lean into it when you have like multiple aspects of that to figure out. I personally don't. So with Grasp and with the expanding of the board and stuff, like I kind of I it doesn't have to be as simple as the mirror, which is an on-off switch and then dump into the stat. I like the look. I like how the cards unfold and you pick where to go next on that. That's cool.
Yeah. So,
but it took me a fucking minute to grasp what Grasp was. It was a little too.
It's how many slots do you got? All right. I'm being told that it caps at 30, which means you can't run every card on there.
Yeah.
And not only can you not run every card, I don't know if how many you unlocked during your time, but there's 0 cost cards.
That's where I got confused, right?
Okay,
because I understand it now, but
super interesting.
Mm-hmm. You have
they're free,
but you have to unlock the requirement, which in the case that I had was you must have an activated card of 1 point, 2 points, 3, 4, 5, and 5 all active. At which point the 0 cost card can be activated, but you still have a cost of purchasing it before that, separate from the activation requirement.
So also some of those 0 costs are mutually exclusive. So like there's one of the 0 costs that is like gives you 6% dodge naturally. You're like, oh, that's nice. And the way that you have that is to not have more than more than 2 overlapping costs. So like you can't have 2 5s.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, 3 of a kind.
So
you can't have 3 of a kind.
So each of these 0 cost cards is going to have.
Oh, sorry, I have it backwards. You have to have 3 of a kind. So you have to have 3 1s,
right,
or 3 2s.
So each of these 0 cost cards is going to have its purchase cost and then its activation cost.
Yeah, but they don't cost Grasp.
No, but not spending.
Free.
Yes.
So here's the thing though.
Okay. Yeah.
Here's the fun one. There's a different 0 cost card which increases the likelihood of duo boons, which is really good. And that one is you can't have more than 2 of each. So you can't have those 2 cards simultaneously. So you have to choose between dodge.
So it forces one or the
duo
other.
boons.
Yeah.
And you have to figure out how they
go. I'm seeing this is a Wooly problem, and if this is a Wooly problem, then I guess it is. I have, because this is like I just you can make the most interesting parts of this, which is like fit your points into your small thing, your groove, your your thought cabinet, whatever you want to call it. You can do that. But like it's these extra, like there's a lot going on with what we just described there that is like it's not explained that well right now as well either.
No. I got my handle on it at around hour 5 or 6. So I would say like, hey, look at an ability. Do you like that ability? Slot it in. Always go for Grasp because building more slots is expensive. And just, do you see an ability that you always want? Get it and keep it in there. So there's an ability in that deck called the Unseen. And the Unseen gives you 2 magic points a second forever with no requirements. That thing is never coming off my character.
Okay.
Because it means you can use as much magic as you fucking want.
Well, the thing is that what I'm still getting used to is how valuable magic even is to begin with. Right? Because that's a new thing. The game now has a cost behind doing charged attacks, which is you're spending mana. And
so you refill the full bar per room.
But once it's gone, if you don't have anything on your build that replenishes it, then too bad, right? So that's where I'm like, oh, hold on a minute. Does that mean because these are limited in cost that that charge attacks are now amazing compared to what they're used
really
to be?
Good,
right? Yeah. And so that's what I'm learning about. And then secondly, like, and that's like, I can take it or leave it either way. That's fine. I'm not in love with that, but I definitely ignored in Hades 1, I really ignored casting with the orbs, and I would use Sometimes when I had a good one, but there's a lot of times
So
I
they
wasn't
know
thinking
that.
about it.
They know lots of people ignored Call because Call took forever to charge.
Yeah.
Right. So in Hades 2, right next to the Unseen is another ability that fills your Call with the equivalent of 3 MP a second.
Okay.
Forever.
Okay.
So I run both of those, which means I can cast as much magic as I want, and my meter is building in the background anyway, so I use my Call all the time.
Okay. So, because as far as I feel, like, jury's out on the mana bar. It seems like it can be pretty useful, but like, depending on if you don't get a regen for it, then that might be bad for your run if you get unlucky. And
I'm going to stop you right now. I'm going to stop you right now for a second, because the mana bar is super interesting, because I was like, why would you ever not have the regenerate mana? Right? Why would you ever not have the ability to just use magic as much as I want? There are some boons that activate when your mana is like at 0.
Oh yeah, there was one that was like, when you're below 30, this will happen. I saw.
Yeah, Zeus will hit you with lightning.
Yeah, there's something I didn't choose, but it said when you're low mana, good, right? There was one that was when your mana is not at full, you get 30% extra damage on everything, right? So there are literally cases for high and low mana. All of that, again, I'll have to see and play more to see like whether or not that feels like it's worth it or not. What's immediately incredible and I fucking love is sprinting, and the idea that you can attach new boons to sprinting. That was so good.
Some of those so Aphrodite's not a boon, right? She's not in the game. So Aphrodite's incredible dash move is not there. And also, Melinoe can't double dash. She just can't.
Oh,
like Zag could.
I'm like, Hermes is gonna show up and drop one of them. And no,
I meant Athena. What did I say?
You said Aphrodite, who is naked and super in the game.
Sorry. Athena is not in the game, or at least I haven't found her. Her reflective dash isn't there.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Shield dash. Yeah.
And Melinoe, her dash is slower than Zag's, but it is fully invincible as soon as you hit the button. But so like, I mean, you remember getting Hermes like extra dashes, and you'd have like 4 dashes,
triple dash, maybe,
and you just be like, right? So I'm like, how good can the fucking sprint abilities be? They're
the best.
Crazy.
Yeah. So I got Poseidon sprint, which is just a wave of water rushes out from you, and it's like, oh, this is a better version of like, because you could do like dash things with like dash and like in Hades 1, Demeter had the frost cloud that would shoot out or whatever. Now you're just killing small enemies by sprinting into them and running in circles.
So the Zeus one fires off 4 lightning bolts a second as you run past enemies. And if you have the Zeus status effect, it just starts to proc on everything. But the craziest one that I have found is Hestia's dash ability is run making, because Hestia's sprint ability just deletes enemy projectiles near your character.
Oh yeah, I got that one. I got that in a run. Yes, the fire, and then you see that first mid boss that just kind of like drops in and you have to run in a circle around it.
It just dies.
All of the projectiles go away. Incredible, super duper good. Yeah.
And so one of the things that happened in Hades 1, you would get like certain abilities that like build up a dot or whatever, and they would just last forever. For Zeus and for Hestia and for the bosses that build up stacks, if you have the status or stack building one, you can then unlock a boon that cashes out the stack. So like Hestia has one where if you hit 300 Scorch, it just pops.
Yeah. That's that Darkest Dungeon shit where you can build up bleed, burn, and blight, and then you have an ability that says take all of the 4 turns of that damage right now. I love that.
Also, so like I was like a little annoyed because like I really liked Ares. I thought Ares' boons were fucking incredible, and I love them.
The spinning blades.
No, the Doom
Doom
effect.
stuff. Okay.
Yeah. And I was like, oh no, that's gone. No, it's not. It's not gone. They just incorporated some of the old gods into existing ones. So Zeus's shocked status is Ares's doom. His blitz status is Ares's doom. It's like, hey, you put a thundercloud over somebody's head with an attack or something, and then when they take 100 something damage, the lightning bolt hits them for 120 damage.
Okay. Some of those dot abilities I definitely didn't lean into. Like Doom I didn't go for much because the ones that I preferred were like, because either like that or like Charm had its uses as well. Sometimes the Drunken one was okay, but it felt like the most useful were things like Shock, where it was like when they attack they take damage, clear, obvious, right? The Freeze, it slows them down. But like some of the others were just like, this is a poison, but the rates that the poison drops at are going to be a little bit confusing compared to other colored poison. There was like 3 of them that were just poison at different rates, you know?
That reminds me that Demeter has been inverted from the way that she used to work. So Demeter you used to build up stacks of freeze until somebody got frozen in place. Now it's you hit someone and they freeze on hit number 1, and then there's a cooldown for when it can proc again.
Okay. Yeah, there was, because Demeter had the like they turn a little bit blue, you know, and then like they start to get a little bit slower.
The game seems to offer a lot more fucking busted shit right away. The one run that I won, the run that I beat Kronos, Apollo and Hestia gave me a duo boon that made the run like unlosable, because it was, if I don't use attack, and like special and cast are okay, but if I don't hit the attack button for 1 second, I heal, I think it's 3 or 4 HP a second until my health is full.
That's incredible.
But when you get that boon, it removes 100 life off you.
Yeah.
So I went from 200 to 100. So when I was fighting Kronos and he would hit me, I would just start to run around until I healed up completely.
Incredible. Apollo was what's theme of attack again? Was it
area? Apollo makes your moves bigger.
Okay.
Like way bigger.
Okay, because like
also extra damage.
Because it was light, right? It was.
Yeah.
Okay, because I got a couple off of him, but I haven't fully.
So like one of Apollo's is like your cast on the full floor gets bigger and bigger and bigger the whole time.
Has casting been improved at all, or like have they?
Cast is so much better. So Hades is. Zag's cast was a projectile. And it had a couple of effects, but the best thing you could ever do is get the upgrade that made it so that when your cast was stuck in someone, they took more damage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you go cast, and then beat on them, and then they would fall out. There were some fringe casts that were really good. I think there was one where your cast sitting on the floor with like pulse damage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because cast is now get off me.
Okay. There we go.
So when you drop that circle, it's impassable to enemies.
Okay. Because I remember the charged cast had the big circle, and then the hands would go up and do some
it hurts anybody
damage.
inside.
Yeah. But that my main problem is by the time you're getting to the end of Hades 1, like a typical example of a run-winning build I would have would be one where it was like, okay, on dash, I'm creating an Ares spiral blade, and I'm also doing, like, I have 3 dashes, and they're all, I have the spear, it's been hammered into the dash attack now hits like 3 times, right? And then like that'll be buffed up for major explosive damage, lightning, whatever you call it. And so your whole goal is to dash and slash in circles around whatever you're trying to kill, and then as soon as it does something threatening, get away and then get back in. I don't have time to stand there and go and throw the diamonds at you and lodge them in. It just never made sense for the DPS I could optimize, with the best abilities I had.
The cast always gave you like a 10% damage boost if they were inside. Demeter's cast was really good because they became little turrets that would just attack people.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, a typical winning run strategy that I had in Hades 1 was the first thing I wanted to do was get anyone who did a status effect on my attack. And then the second thing that I wanted to do was get anybody who did a status effect on my dash. So you could get like the 40% extra damage for somebody who had 2 statuses on them. And then just go from there. What do you call it? That upgrade still exists in Hades 2, where you do extra damage if somebody has 2 statuses on them, but statuses themselves are rarer.
Okay. Now
it's not as guaranteed that you're going to get 2 different statuses by the end of your run.
Another really good use for cast wall. I have to still go spend my Titan blood to unlock it, but the aspect of the bow and arrow that was load the cast into your arrow.
Yeah, that's the best bow and arrow. By the way,
that makes perfect. Like that is what I'm talking about. Let me use it like that.
Because the cast effects still proc inside
on the regular attack. That's incredible. Yeah.
So the Millennium's cast lets you do a lot of really fun stuff. So just like the sprint, because it's now a big area denial, it gets to do all sorts of silly shit. Apollo's makes your cast so huge that enemies often get trapped against the wall and can't move at all. Hestia's cast just constantly Hestia and Zeus's casts can just constantly proc their effects over and over and over and over on people that are trapped in there. But by far the coolest cast is Hera's. Hera is in the game, and her mechanic is called Hitch, because she's the goddess of marriage. And her cast lasts for like 15 to 20 seconds and is super huge. Like it blocks a massive area. And what it does is it does random amounts of damage to enemies spawning into the fight.
Random.
Yeah, between 1 and 999.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So the idea with Hera is to have cast on the floor permanently, and enemies that spawn in on wave 2, 3, and 4 can sometimes just explode and die, or almost die. It's great.
So when you're talking about the expanded,
that's a different thing. Oh, my mistake. It's flat. Wait, that's Medea's boon from the surface. Is it? Oh, sorry. I forgot there was an upgrade. God, there's so many fucking characters in it now.
I mean,
it's hard to keep track.
In fact, the only thing that seems to be missing is the chapter titles, where the little Hades talking shit to you with the whatever this chapter you're in is.
There's also a thing that happens is when you die, Millennium will be like, "Get out of my head," but she's referencing dialogue that doesn't exist.
Interesting.
Because sometimes Cronus will talk shit when you die.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that what's cool. I do like that the concept of dying is actually like stop, time, rewind.
Fuck,
didn't do it.
Can I hit the soft reset, please?
Yeah. Quick save state. No. So I guess when you're thinking of the giant area with Apollo or so, is it comparable to Thanatos? Has this big
it's like that, but it's get out
death circle. Okay, that type of shit. Interesting.
There's so much like structural interest here. So like I did pretty well on my first couple of runs. Like I think I got to Oceanus like on, I don't know what it was, like run 3 maybe. And did you meet Eris when you got there?
I don't think so.
So if you do well enough, like, and start to burn through, you run into, oh, I did it on run 1. Cool. Woo. So when you do well enough on your first run, the game
You mentioned
is like, I'm gonna
the
stop
limiter.
you.
Yeah. You mentioned.
Yeah, and it's hilarious because it's gonna stop you. Like, the ability to speed run the game on the first try is basically going to revolve down to like no hit runs.
Yeah, I have like massively different quality runs based on the weapon I'm using. Like, it's crazy the difference between like, I've pretty much like used the fists, the spear, bow and arrow, railgun. Yeah,
Here was my favorite.
but like for a while I was like, I want the shield to work, but I just like, I'm having a hard time with it. What recently is working for me is like the ability to the aspect of the shield that lets you like have a spinning blade out the whole time.
That was my favorite.
That one's good. That's good because I'm like, all right, let's find a way to buff that special so that it'll keep doing damage. But yeah, I just kind of never really went back to the sword. There's a couple weapons that I'm just like, I don't know that I'm going to come back to this. So with these like new sets of weapons now, like, do you feel like it's a similar thing to that?
So the game is really far along and it's really impressive. And then you go through the full weapon list and you're like, some of these weapons, not 100% there. So the staff is a really good basic generalized like melee weapon, like Zag's sword. The knives are directly replacing the fists.
Got the knives, yeah.
The torch is the third one, and they are terrible.
Oh.
And I don't just mean like not strong. I mean, they feel like shit to use. Everything about the weapons concept. So that is you throw little fireballs constantly, and if you hold the button for long enough, eventually you start throwing stronger fireballs that use mana. And the movement and the timing and it feels like shit. It feels really bad. I foresee the torches getting like significantly reworked.
Okay.
Then you get the axe, and the axe is like the best weapon across both games.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for big limited, big number. Swing once.
Axe is so fucking awesome. So did you ever unlock Excalibur for Zagreus' sword?
Is that the fourth aspect?
It's the final aspect of the sword, the one that's okay. So the axe is Asterius's combo from fucking the Elysium boss fight.
Oh, the big
right.
Yeah. The big one. Yeah.
And when you hold it, you get a spin similar to the spear.
Okay.
And hitting triangle or Y blocks shit in front of you. It's a full shield until the cast goes off, like the magic, and then it becomes like this massive like power geyser down the road.
Does it do the Asterius, the tracking overhead flying swing at the end too?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
It does.
Wow. Okay. Sick.
It's awesome. It does so much goddamn damage. It is so slow.
Perfect.
It is so fucking slow. It's crazy.
That's great. I have no problem with that. Yep.
And then the last weapon that's currently available is the skull, which is a grenade launcher.
The special on the railgun.
Yeah. So the skull is Zagreus's cast turn into a weapon.
Okay.
Because you fire the skull and there's a big explosion.
Okay.
And then you have to pick the skull back up. Like Zag, and it has the little circle go around it, and it comes back to you.
Okay. I'll have to see.
The skull is crazy good. Because it's the difference is it's your primary weapon instead of your cast. So I had the skull, and I had it so that what was it? When you leave the skull on the ground, like, and don't pick it up, it every 2 seconds it pops a little burst of Hestia Scorch.
That okay. You can find ways to make leaving it down useful. Great, that sounds cool.
I'm fighting the second, I think the second mini boss, and I was just throwing. No, it was the third mini boss, and I was throwing the skulls down and leaving them there on the top of the enemy, and the Scorch on that fucking mini boss hit like 1900.
Okay,
and then I just waited until the fucking boss died.
Yeah. So I've noticed that there are times when I can take a so for example, I was saying I was not meshing with the shield that much because there were times where it'd be like, okay, you can do the charging star, but I'm like, I probably, based on what I've gotten for a couple of my builds, will do more damage by just dashing and doing a dash attack again, just in circles around the enemy. At which point, if I'm doing that, I might as well pick something else with a better dash attack, whatever. But then you get like a Daedalus Hammer upgrade that's like, when you do the charging star, you do 400% damage on anything armored. And it's like, now we have a build.
Oh, man. I got specials on 2 different occasions that were, your special does 80% damage to armor.
Now we're talking. Yes. I don't care what the weapon
armor is just like not in this run. I
will take anything that can do an armor deletion and build my whole game around that. Awesome. Okay. And I guess too as well, the other thing that affects runs greatly is your accessory, the rings, right, and stuff.
Yeah. They're better than they were, because it used to be like I don't know if you actually got to use one of the rings.
No. I got no, wait, no, that's not true. I gave nectar to a Hecate, and she gave me something.
Okay, so like, I mean the boon rings specifically.
Okay.
Because that's like half of the total accessories is like
no, it was Nemesis. Sorry. It was Nemesis, and it was whatever you get killed by, you have a Nemesis system against that thing.
That's
so good.
That one is great if you're making it to Kronos reliably.
That's awesome. Actual Nemesis system.
The boon rings, which is like half of all of the talismans, was like Zeus's thing and Poseidon's thing. So they were I liked them in the first game because you could be like, I very much would like to start this run with a rare Zeus boon, right? But the way that it works now is that the first time you get a boon, it will be the appropriate god that you picked. And as you upgrade them, you get the ability to choose one of the boons you're looking at and upgrade its rarity. So like, I'm guaranteed gonna get Zeus.
Yeah.
But if they're all blue, I can go to the one that I really want and make it purple.
Okay, nice.
And like, now I'm sure I'm getting a good start.
You're getting the line you're looking for. Yeah. Can you do that to pull in gods that only show up later in other areas? So for example,
no, because you only get the item from gifting them the nectar.
But like at that point, can you bring them earlier into the zones? For example, like Hermes, you only get Hermes after.
Once you meet Hermes, he'll just show up right at the beginning.
And you do your so
you can only get Hera after going to the surface, but once you've met her, she'll just start showing up all over the place.
Okay, sick.
So Nemesis is really interesting, not from a story perspective. She's very interesting from a story perspective in that she's not tsundere. She's just awful. She's just really mean.
So I've only encountered her being kind of mean to you from the lines we've had. And she was one of the aspects of the sword, right? In Hades 1.
Yeah, and she has Zagreus's Nemesis aspect in her hand.
Yeah.
She's awful. She is like a massive hater.
Okay, she hasn't been irredeemably mean in my run so far. She's just been she's been a hater. Yeah.
So get ready for this. She replaces Thanatos as encounter to run into on the field. Right?
Fuck yes.
Unlike Thanatos, she has a wide variety of things that she can do. So one of the things she can do is she's like, I'll give you money if you let me hit you. And you have to survive the hit.
Oh, toxic. Yeah.
Okay. The other one is she'll steal the room's upgrade and only give it back to you if you can do enough damage in one hit.
Wow. Okay.
She'll fight you to you'll get to a room and she'll say, okay, whoever kills the most enemies in this room gets 100 gold, but she'll take 100 gold from you if you lose.
Okay, so mechanically, she is a variety of hater ass hates.
So this isn't even the best part, because this is the part that will make you like actually strongly dislike this character. After all of these, you can run into her in a battle room. You can run into her at Karen's shop. If you do the little thing, she goes, here's your gold. If you wait like 2 seconds for her to leave, she'll pick any door she wants and take it. She has stolen Daedalus hammers out of the shop in front of me.
Wait, if you don't act first, she will take it. She shops and walks through a door.
Yeah,
and you cannot follow.
So she has stolen boons. Like you'll have like a Aphrodite boon door and like a money door, and she'll take the boon door, and now it's taken.
And you can't follow.
And she'll buy shit out of Karen's shop in front of you.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So like she took a hammer out of my run.
That's amazing.
And I was like, oh my fucking God, you asshole.
Oh, fuck. That's good. Because Thanatos was like legitimately chill once the bickering stopped, you know?
Yeah, it was only benefits.
It was business. Yeah. Wow. Okay. What an interesting wrench to throw into the works there.
Yeah, she'll even take Chaos Gates.
Whoa, and deny you the ability. Wow. Yeah. It sounds like a PvP system, almost introduced in that way.
Yeah. Oh, she's awful. Oh, she's terrible.
She's great.
It's really interesting to run into her because it's just a dice roll and a problem.
I can fix her, but why would I want to?
She doesn't want to be fixed.
There is nothing to fix. Fuck that.
Also, like, she's the avatar of antagonistic hatred, so it makes sense that everything she does annoys you and causes problems.
Nemesis. Yes, correct. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, no, the game's great. It's definitely not done. Like there is more stuff in it right now than Hades has right now.
And Ulysses is your Achilles too, right?
Odysseus.
Yeah, the Roman. Yes, right.
I only correct because they literally just say all.
No, they do. Because I said that earlier because in school we read the Iliad, and I remember Ulysses, and we watched it and went into that. So like I have that first and foremost in the front of my brain, and then afterwards it was like, oh, by the way, there's also Odysseus, the other name that was the reference made in the Greek version of things. But because of how I learned it in school, Ulysses comes to my brain first.
Have you seen Kronos?
No.
Okay, so Kronos shows up like super early. Like he starts to talk to you all the time from like run 3 or 4 onwards. Like when you get to that first little pit stop, he's often like right there to talk shit at you on your way up.
Interesting.
Because you don't get to talk to Hades in the hall. And he also represents a form of mechanical like structural change in that he only did this to me once. But he can teleport you to the wrong zone. He teleported me to Asphodel, which is not otherwise in the game.
Whoa. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Are the implications that Hades 1 is right over there?
Yeah, they even talk about how you have to figure out how to get around the Hades 1 areas.
Oh, fuck. That's nuts.
And also, I'm going to send you a picture of him because he looks great. There's a lot of details to Kronos' design that are not what I expected, but I absolutely love it. So are you familiar with the bullshit that the Greeks told the Egyptians when the Greeks started like running Egypt with Ptolemy and all that shit?
Probably not.
So they told them, yeah, by the way, our gods are the same gods as your gods. We just know them by different names. And then they did like a mythological transubstantiation
Fusion.
of like, oh, it's actually the same religion.
Oh, like Constantine did. Yeah.
Right. So when you get to Kronos in Hades 2, and he's Egyptian because he's the father of the Greek pantheon, and he's got Anubis fucking wings.
Interesting. Okay. See, I was wondering, I guess, because I'm remembering how Chaos looked in Hades 1, and I was like, are they going to split the difference between how Chaos looks so different from the gods, you know, artistically?
They do. Again, by the way, Chaos looks different.
Awesome.
Here, let me pull it up. Chaos looks a lot. Some people don't like Chaos's new design. Personally, I fucking love Chaos's new design.
So I felt that with Zeus. Zeus's new artwork is not as good as his old artwork was, unfortunately.
Here is new Chaos.
Whoa! Oh shit! Oh my god! All right.
And Chaos is holding.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Fuck! That looks so sick. Oh!
See, I knew you'd like it.
All right. I will get there. God damn!
So
what a glow up.
There's the game has no ending currently, and the top side doesn't have some of its levels, and there's a weapon that's missing.
The white and gold suit. Oh.
Yeah, there's a weapon that's missing. There's only 3 aspects right now. That final aspect that turns it into a completely different weapon.
The fourth aspect
is not there yet. You know, it's not done. There's a lot here. I beat Chaos, and I got to the boss on the top side, and then I'm like, I'm gonna stop because I know the weapons are gonna get reworks. What's a really cool detail? Nemesis isn't the only person walking around with Hades 1 weapons.
Oh, interesting.
Like the adamant rail is a boss fight now.
Yeah, so I mean, again, we're seeing like some of the characters that were just in aspect form, like mentioned, like again, Hecate, right? Not Hecate. Fire. No, fire. The fire goddess, fire grandma. Hestia was one of the rails aspects.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, she was.
Yeah, aspect of Hestia was the third of those, you know. So it is interesting kind of seeing those come out. But what is your, I guess, like save progress stopping point, if anything? Like, do you just have go hard and then restart? You don't mind?
No, I beat Kronos and uninstalled the game.
Okay, because what I'm saying is, yeah, like with early access and all that's going to happen over time, how do you feel about like...
Yeah, I saw every level, unlocked every weapon, beat Kronos once, and went, okay, there is a lot of work remaining here to do. I got my taste of everything that's in it right now. But because I got to the point where I'm supposed to start running like heat runs.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm like, I don't want to start running heat runs when the game is not finished.
Okay. So your limit is like run 1 and then unlock all like major branch of weapons and things.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to try out a bunch of the aspects.
Fair enough.
I unlocked, there's a challenge mode hidden in the game. So like Chaos will give you a fucking set of conditions, like beat this area with this weapon under these conditions to get you a different kind of upgrade material. There's all sorts of shit. But I really don't feel like fighting the current final boss of the top level and hitting a come back later. And when you beat Kronos the first time, you get like an early access splash screen that's like, hey man, wow, I hope you're enjoying Hades. It's not done, yo. It's not done. Can't find Zagreus in the game.
Sure.
Can't find him.
Sure. Maybe he doesn't. We'll see.
I am torn between what I want. I either want a boss,
playable or fightable.
I want them to pull their whole thing in, or I want the God of Blood to give me a boon.
Like, I want, like, when Artemis showed up.
He's in there? Oh.
Showed up and was standing on the field, I was like,
that was weird.
Hey, you're here? Right? That's awesome. So, as long as he can get an in-game, model standing there, like, what's up? That'd be very cool. But we'll have to see. Of course, Hades 1, there was updates that like the Nyx update, like I said, was one that introduced that entire character who was not there at all, earlier on. Like there's massive changes that come down the line. So playing too much too soon is gonna backfire.
There's there's one character. So every now and then you run into a character and their art is not the placeholder, but it's also not finished. So it's like a rough sketch, like talking to you. But like the saddest one is one of the NPCs in one of the areas is Narcissus, and they have placeholder art. So you don't know what he looks like.
They need time to work. Narcissus has to be.
I don't want to do 10 runs and fucking see.
Narcissus needs to be the most perfect artwork. It has to be like next level. Yeah.
But it is really funny that the guy doing Narcissus's voice is doing a Nicolas Cage impression.
Okay, sure. Yeah, Karen has been placeholder art for so long and then finally got a full character only to drop back to placeholder art now.
It's super weird.
I mean, the indication clearly is like we're not recycling any art, right?
No, it's all brand new. Like some of them I don't prefer as much as the other ones. I saw some people don't like Artemis's quite as much.
Okay. Artemis is a slight downgrade, but it's so slight.
It's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal. Poseidon is an upgrade for sure.
Oh, new Poseidon.
Looks incredible. It just Zeus. The problem is actually like he looks like some of his body looks like unshaded in some areas, and Anyway, it's like that's the one where it's the most clear. But for the rest, I'd say it's mostly a clear upgrade. All right,
the game is like a very significant improvement, but it's not done. And oh man, unlock those torches. I want to hear how you feel about those torches because they are shit.
Again, it depends on. I'm gonna have to put hit the brakes at some point, and when I feel it, I'll just stop. So I don't know where that's gonna be right now. Shit, I was just gonna say something. Oh yeah, one other thing about it that is a minor little gripe, but I'll say the theme remix is great, but man, do I miss that little bass, right? So much of Hades 1 soundtrack had the little just bass, like running through Asphodel, just slapping, and and you have the deep hit on the title screen, and now it's a lot more like high drum pitched, and like it doesn't have that low hit to it. I wish it did. But anyway, the synth is fine. We'll hear what the rest of it sounds like.
There's Kronos' theme is the Hades theme, just straight up, but with tons of like synth and electronic on it.
Okay.
Which I interpret to mean like he's the god of time. Why would his musical style necessarily even fit the game that he is in?
Okay.
I really like it, but
Yeah.
For me, my biggest takeaway of Hades 2 is, oh, thank God I don't have to play Elysium anymore.
Ow.
I really don't like that zone a lot.
Okay. I just got used to the game being like, fuck you, it's hard. That's it. Deal. And get a like kind of like any other roguelike, get a build that's broken and this shouldn't be a problem, you know?
I also think there's a balancing pass thing going on with Hades Hades 2, because some of the bosses have crazy amounts of HP. The third boss in particular has a fucking stupid amounts of HP. Like, has way more than Kronos.
Okay.
And I'm like, why?
There are times when it feels like when you're fighting God damn it, the Elysium, the Minotaur and the duo.
Asterius and
Theseus, yeah, is it Theseus?
Yeah, it's Theseus.
Okay, anyway, there are times when it feels like they take forever to kill. Like sometimes they melt and sometimes they don't, and I think there are times when the screen pollution of shit that you're dropping and blowing up is so large and obscures the fact that they're shielded, you know, and they're like that they're alternating between like being invulnerable in some states or so. But some of those fights took a really long time, and other times they melt, and I don't know what determines that.
So like I complain about Elysium because of all the shield guys, and then I get to the boss, which is Theseus and Asterius, and it's like, oh great, I'm so fucking happy that I have to bait out Theseus's attacks every time to hit him because he's got the fucking shield up like damn near permanently. I have not encountered, like, God, I can't even think of one shielded enemy in Hades 2 off the top of my fucking head. Like that whole idea behind the roster just sucks so much shit.
So like what ended up melting shielded dudes in one of the runs I did was Daedalus Hammer on the rail to get the grenade launch mortar for triple fire. So it was like you know, and it just like, yeah, you splash down behind them and they melt, you know. But again, it's just like hope you get a good build, you know. Anyway, yeah, Hades fucking incredible.
It's great. It's a good game. Hey, can I take a minute? I gotta go to the bathroom.
BRB. All right. So yeah, a couple things this week. What do I start with? So hey, okay, caught up to X-Men '97. Oh my god, it's so good. it's insane how consistently tight this fucking show is. Yeah, so
But I thought we were suffering from superhero fatigue.
so that's episode 9 to date it is where we're at. Oh boy, it's just, and it's the thing is too is we're also in a point where each of the episodes after 5 has been like, like just okay, here's how everything's going to change, here's how we're moving forward, and it's getting that density of the old shows back. We're like a million things per episode, in some cases the title of the episode is like 2 things, right? There will be like I think it was Motendo / Death Life Part 1, and you're like, okay, we're just we're condensing.
We're doing a double episode here,
right? Storm and Forge are off having their own adventure.
Completely different adventure.
Gold Team is having its adventure. Like we've just everyone's doing their own thing, and as that splits up, it gets more and more dense. But each one is really, really solid. And yeah, they just as of episode 9 have built up to like something that it just surpasses anything that this show the bar they set out to accomplish was just like, okay, do what the old show was, bring the nostalgia back and make it enjoyable. You're now clearing that bar and just having amazing like action, amazing writing, amazing moments. I don't know if Morph is supposed to be able to act and be as strong as Hulk by turning into Hulk as a lookalike. I don't know if he's that kind of shapeshifter, but it doesn't matter because that's where we're at now. This is the Morph that is actually like turning into and then moving like Quicksilver, because
like, wow, I can do all sorts of stupid shit,
right? It's not like I mean, again, like there's Mystique level shapeshifting, but here we've just got someone who's here to make the action scenes fun by having strikers jumping in. It's great. Who cares what the rules are there?
I was not expecting to get so like, oh, how do I fucking talk about
looking
this?
Into the camera and saying the meme?
Yeah.
We was looked not expecting... at the camera and we said the meme. Spoilers for episode 9 of X-Men '97 if you don't want to listen.
It was not 9, 8.
9.
Yeah, 8.
9 is the last one I watched.
Okay, no. Are we talking about? Okay, I'm going to talk about the ending of episode 8 of the fucking X-Men show.
Yeah. Right. Okay, yes. 8 is where that happens. 9 is the latest. Yes.
Yeah. I was not expecting to have a non-mutant character make the case for Magneto,
like
in such a definitive slam dunk way.
God damn it. Like they might as well have like framed it with the text around, the
handing out t-shirts.
Magneto was right. Like, god damn, dude. Also it like the whole time I've known and remembered just how I'm like, I kind of really never cared or gave any fucks about the M'Kron crystal or the space adventures of Lilandra and Charles.
Oh, I'm glad the showrunners don't either, because it's fucking so stupid.
It's always been super dumb, right? It's always been, oh god, right? We're going to space. And like, it's not that Space Marvel like has to be like that, but for a long time, it just, you're like, oh, who's this? Fucking
I hate that shit.
So much of Space Marvel was just it was lame back then. So seeing it now, I'm like, okay, fucking Gladiator, sure, you're Supermaning your way through. That's great. There's Cyclops' dad hanging out doing his bit, and then all the Shi'ar and stuff. It's just, I always was like, man, fuck these space birds.
I don't give a fuck about them, and their shit is so stupid.
So now when we have to cut back to them and to see like what Xavier's up to, and it's just like, Oh god, he looks so bad standing around and with these dumb people going, I am now the Emperor of Space. And you're like, yeah, like you don't give a fuck anymore. Obviously, it's the worst possible footage of you not only abandoning everyone on Earth, but also hanging out with these stupid, ugly B-plot characters. You know? Oh, and it's like, yeah, no, but the stakes are high. Shut up. Who cares? Boo.
I do appreciate that we get a X-Men classic of, hey Charles, what's going out?
Ah, my mind.
I'm being blasted by psychic shit. Oh fuck.
And there is a little thing of like when I see Kree around, I'm like, it's the Kree, you know, and that means there's scrolls around somewhere and etc. Also, there's a time when I was out on comics as a kid, and then I came back in and when I started to have it was when I was working and I got some money. And I was like, oh, I can go buy a comic every now and then.
I can just go buy a comic. I don't have to...
Because I was relying on my aunt to send a bunch of comics from her bookstore back in the day. That stopped, you know. And then, yeah, when I was a teenager again, I got some money. I started buying them. And when I started buying again, it was right around the time that they introduced Bastion. And I remember being like, yo, a human sentinel. What the fuck? What's going on? You know? And I remember him getting introduced and... getting into and then like him and Nimrod and that whole plot right around the time when I think like God it's when it's when a lot of the stuff got rebooted. I mean I want to say like mid-aughts. Anyway though, I just kind of was like, oh wow, that was I by the time I then stopped reading, I kind of thought Bastion was like a somewhat obscure villain. I didn't know that it was going to be a major arc necessarily.
I mean, I'd never heard of him prior to this.
So seeing it there, I was like, oh shit, he's getting worked into the story. That's a pull. I showed up just in time for him. Only to see that it's like, oh no, wait, this was a quite significant thing. That like the whole Master Mold Sentinel storyline leads up to this, you know, infiltrator character, and then thus you have these humanoids and all that shit they're running. They did it in like a solid 2 episodes or so, but that's a fun thing to see revisited. He's from 97. Okay, yeah. So that was an interesting pull. Sinister showing up and then being a proper old, like literally like calling himself an old villain, you know. And there's
a line in there that's so great. It's like, you old guys have been trying to get these X-Men since 1992.
Yeah, and it's like you're
terrible at it.
And the way you failed is what, like everything you failed at doing is what we've learned from on what not to do, you know. Also, whereas the original X-Men series like had to just kind of show you a spider hand off screen or hint at a little shield somewhere. Now you actually get full on, yo, there's Spider-Man. There's Cap. He's actually talking to Rogue. We're fully embracing it. Because, yeah, I mean, it's all MCU now, so we can do that. Also, I like that, like, moments that would otherwise be a new issue reveal of a character with a new costume, it just goes down like a Super Saiyan moment. Storm just explodes to the next level and comes back. Her hair is unshaved. She's in a new outfit. I'm in a new... Shut the fuck up.
That's not a weather power.
Shut up. It's new Super Saiyan Storm. She's back. She's upgraded. The upgrade comes with the costume change. Deal with it. You know?
This is great. This is great.
Jubilee goes shopping and then puts on her new tights. Sure. But then Rogue is like, yeah, I'm going to put this Gambit jacket on, and I'm going to put the fucking green shit on, and that's what it is, you know? Magneto has his moment going back to the old as well. But they have, like, they just have these, like, canonical, like, moments of, like, no, the costume switch has occurred. We're doing it now.
Yeah.
You know? Or the throwback.
It's a new look.
You know, like Wolverine's like, I'm going to put the old shit back on, you know? And
brown and yellow,
and then they even throw it at Cable. And it's like, what'd you expect? Black leather. You're like, so yeah, it's just a really fun solid, amazing fucking half an hour, man. Quality shit.
So like,
and
I have to say before we continue, my favorite X-Man is Nightcrawler. So when X2 came out, I fucking ruined my pants. But animated Nightcrawler has not gotten like what I thought is the coverage he deserved, because his shit is so dynamic and so fucking crazy looking. And I got everything that I fucking wanted. I got every single fucking thing that I wanted.
POV bamfing. Yeah. That, now I was really curious to see what they were going to make that look like, because I've talked about it before. There's been other comics where they've shown you like essentially what bamfing turns into is an alternate reality that's smaller, pocket mirror of the current one, and that's how he can get from point A to point B faster.
Yeah, it's why because I always like the thing is he's not instantly teleporting, is he's disappearing to like 2 seconds later,
and he's getting
now
there a little bit faster.
Place.
Yeah, because it compresses the space, you know. But that was also where it was like, and thus he can also take you there and let you go and leave you there, which he does to Apocalypse at one point. And then there's a whole thing of like, okay, I can still use my power to bamf, but every time I do, Apocalypse for 2 seconds is gonna be like, ah! And then you gotta jump scare back to reality, you know. So yeah, that is interesting.
There's a real great moment. So Wolverine and Nightcrawler are fighting a bunch of regular ass civilians who have been like technoified, and they're slicing through their fucking brains and decapitating them and cutting them to pieces. But hey, don't worry, you can see their parachutes. They're putting themselves back together.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They're all gonna be fine.
Okay. But the way the show is doing it though, like also like the fact that like Rogue drops fucking Trask, and like they give it a second. They don't do the instant like, oh no, and then we flip. They actually have a minute of her being like, yeah, fuck you, right? And everyone's like,
the opinion that he like hit the ground.
You hear it, right? And then like, you know, Nightcrawler's like, yo, is this what we're doing now? And everyone has a moment to go, oh, how do we feel about that? What the fuck? You know, Wolverine's like, yeah,
I feel okay about it.
Wolverine's
Trask is a fucking asshole.
Of course, right? And Wolverine's like, I'm down. But and and there's a little moment of it getting to settle in before you flip it up to the, oh shit, we gotta fight. Don't worry, your hands are actually clean. You know, don't worry about it. But it lasted longer than you would expect given the cartoon nature of that. You know, like, did you actually kill somebody? No, you didn't. But if you have like at least 10 seconds to stop and watch everyone react to it, that's really good, because I'm
a big
says
fan
something about the characters
of all the stupid silly shit they've been doing. So like in particular, what brings to mind is like, so the Captain America's there and Rogue talks to him and they have an argument, and Rogue's fucking end of that argument is to take his shield and just throw it as hard as she can in a random direction.
Yeah, well, fuck you. Go get your keys. You're drunk.
What the fuck? Like, and he just has this like little frown on his face. He's like, I don't know what this fucking thing is.
Yeah. No, that is absolutely solid. No, I do appreciate that, and again, like, as I was saying, like Xavier coming back, and he looks so bad given what he was just up to and what he's got to say now, and you know, and like, and you're like, you know, the whole like bit about, you know, fuck, like you trusted him, you trusted the wrong person with the team, and it's like, yeah, but did you though? Because your argument is looking pretty flimsy right now, man.
Like, okay,
you know,
one, he was doing it. Like before the shit in Genosha happened, like Magneto was actually doing a really good job, like keeping it together. And then, you know, fucking mutant Holocaust happened, and then he's like, "Well, shut up, Charles.
Yeah,
you're stupid.
Yeah.
Shut up. You're dumb. You're so stupid."
And on that, like this, and it's also one of those things too, where like they're like zooming in on the numbers on his fucking arm, you know, while she's going on about that monologue, You know, like they're like leaning heavily into that. They're all like I mentioned before about the fact that the writer, you know, like with Five, like the fact that there was the fact that he knew somebody that it was the Pulse, you know, shooting that happened and stuff like that. There's a moment where Xavier goes, "Oh, how very Rudyard Kipling of you," you know. I was like, "Oh yeah, okay," you know. You know, he imagined he had a burden, you know, it wasn't an imaginary one or whatever, but it was just like, oh shit, yeah, okay, you're going in. You're
Hey, why'd Bastion like hang up Magneto with no pants? What was up with that?
I mean, did you I mean, Magneto, you know, maybe he saw what Rogue saw.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, maybe he saw what Magneto sees when he decides to give himself a sleeveless fucking low showing you my chest out shirt. Right?
I could go through like every episode and be like nearly every interaction has some kind of detail that is character informing and interesting. And like I think about the ending of the final episode as of currently airing, which I'm going to talk about in 5 seconds. They're fighting Magneto so he can reverse the fucking horrible magnetic damage he did. And Wolverine's like, no, I'm gonna cut him. I'm just gonna fucking kill him.
Enough of this shit. Yeah.
And it's like, Logan,
but
the globe will no longer have electricity ever again if you kill this man.
And the reason why Sykes shot and interrupted the takeover moment was because we need to reverse the polarity damage, dude. Yeah. And thus we're fast forwarding right to so when Logan gets the adamantium ripped out, we get Bone Wolverine.
Yeah.
And then I feel like that worked right into an Apocalypse arc as well, like back in the day. But I guess I don't know where they're gonna go with this necessarily.
I really have one gigantic complaint about the finale of the episode because of the last episode, because it's overwhelming of me asking like, that's weird, why'd they do it like that? And then I go, oh, so the drama can happen, right? And it's like, okay, Cyclops is a 1-to-1 natural counter to Mr. Sinister. Just like the I-beams just fuck his shit all up. Don't send him to fight Mr. Sinister. Okay? Jean already lost to him and got kidnapped. And Cable is like a weird freak. You send them to fight Mr. Sinister.
Techno-organic virus already in place. Also mentally traumatized by the entire Madeline Pryor bit. Yeah.
All right, we're going to go fight Magneto. Are any of you made entirely out of metal? All right, you.
Yeah.
We're
that. I mean, in the comics too, that's always been kind of the case, you know. And like he there's a whole lot that Magneto can but doesn't do on a regular basis.
Like they really should have just like swapped the fucking teams, and it would have gone way better.
I mean, I think like the moment you kind of have that like I can rip the iron out of your blood thing, you're like, oh well, then what are we even doing here? I can like kill on command is what you're looking at, you know. There's a whole lot of what Magneto can and can't do that we futz around with.
I mean, this is a problem of like, well, control of magnetism is control of electricity, which is like Magneto should be able to point at you and just turn your brain off.
This is where we get into the whole Iceman bit. Like I said, what is heat? What is ice? It's absence of heat. What is heat? It's energy manipulation. What is that? It's fucking Bobby being an S-class mutant when White Queen takes over, you know? So yeah, no, not everybody can be Franklin Richards if you break down what they're actually doing to its fundamental atomic ability, you know? But yeah, okay, so I guess like from this we're heading towards Onslaught.
I guess.
So that means we're heading towards Marvel vs. Capcom 1.
What? We're there.
Hell yeah.
We're at Marvel vs. Capcom, man.
They look at the camera and they obviously, you get the Children of the Atom, you get the line, you know, like, ah! So that's rad as shit. Asteroid M's hanging out. Yeah, no, it's fucking it's perfect. It is a fucking amazing
It,
no
it is
notes
just a
ass show,
fucking slam dunk.
top to bottom. Um, yeah, and I guess well, but it's like there's we're doing arcs that have been covered and stuff that like in like the Claremont run and so on that have been fast forwarded through, but there's new guy as like a unknown factor in all of this, right? Um,
Hmm?
Ricardo.
Oh, the guy that fired?
No. I mean the Jubilee's boyfriend.
Oh, right, Sunspot. Is that his name?
Oh,
I know
am
he's.
I? Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm just
I think
completely.
he's. Yeah, I think that's Sunspot.
Okay, never mind. I'm completely wrong on that. Roberto. Um, yeah. So, I did they announce that there's another season
Oh
confirmed
yeah, there's a
already?
second
Right? We said
season
that
coming.
last time. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, it's coming.
Um, all right. So beyond that, um, oh yeah, okay. So when I was when I stopped off at a comic shop, I saw a little book, and I've been, you know, always curious because Vagabond has been in the news, and because there's a talk that they might resume. Inoue has been considering it. You know, we might see, and so on. I saw a little book on the shelf, just Miyamoto Musashi's Book of Five Rings, now in manga edition,
Mm-hmm.
and this is just like an actual someone took the actual book that Musashi wrote and and like adapted it to the most simple basic anime ass I mean manga like such a tonal departure from
It's what the
everything.
kids understand.
um like if you just it's the Tuttle Publishing manga edition of Miyamoto Musashi's Book of Five Rings, and oh my god, if I can get across how much this artwork does not carry anywhere the gravity or the type of shit that you get from Vagabond. But I was just curious to go through it, and it's hilarious because it's just taking. There's books of Vagabond that like meditate on a single concept of like what it means, what the fuck we're doing with the sword, why we even use it, what it means to be invincible under the sun, who cares about that, what are we doing in our lives. Like he will sit and stare at the sky and stress horribly over that. Also, that last fight fucked up my leg and I'll never walk the same again, and that for every remaining page of this book will continue to be a problem. That's life sometimes, right? And here they'll just like simplify that shit as, oh, you were gonna fight me with your sword, but I surprised you by not using a sword, and I shoved you, and then you fell and went, oh, I've learned a lesson. I need to be like a rock. Let's summarize all this like
So
thought.
you bought Miyamoto Musashi for babies.
It's not even for dummies. It's like like
No, I said for babies.
I I mean the pop-up book version be you can simplify some of these lessons if you needed to. The problem here is that they're simplifying and also squeezing them through the lens of like TV tropes.
Mm.
You know, and you're going through your tvtropes.org filter. um it is just it's hilarious to see the same source material interpreted in a completely different way and be so like uncompelling, and anything interesting about it is just like evaporated from that. It really makes me, and I've also like read a bit more about just like I'm like, oh yeah, what was the actual Book of Five Rings about a little bit, and how did some of those things play out from where they stopped in the original Vagabond. And I mean, it really just cements that like the thing that I love that means the most to me is like this version that that Inoue wrote, fictional accounts and all. The fact that like it's not a true to life, fully accurate version. He has it's his own telling of it. There's characters that
Mm-hmm.
didn't exist and struggles that didn't exist and things like that. But it's like it's just that's the version that I care about. I don't even really care about the Wikipedia entry of his life and where it goes after this and what comes. I want to see what
Yeah, who gives a
happens
fuck?
to this character because of the way that he was written, you know? Um, this is one of these instances where I'm like, oh, this fictional account of things is better than any other version, including real life accounting of how things went down. It's incredibly fascinating, and I also feel like I understand, based on how Vagabond plays out, like where a lot of his struggle with continuing goes, because it feels like pushing forward in the timeline almost requires your character to unlearn lessons that he's learned. You know, it's really interesting to figure out how to handle that, and I'm curious to see, you know, if he actually chooses to continue, what that's gonna be like. But you know, there's moments that I've talked about in the past where the oh yeah, this is actually perfect. There's moments where a character in the sequel of something just unlearns everything that they learned, all their character development, you know, just to push the story forward. And yeah, to make that happen in a story like this would be tragic. Now there is a place where that does happen, and I've talked about it before, and that place is Gundam Seed.
Oh no. Why did you do this?
I was held.
So I saw other people talking about watching that movie, and they're like, "Wow, Gundam Seed fucking kicks ass. I had a great time at that movie."
I was held at gunpoint by Josh.
You were not.
Josh basically held me at gunpoint and said, "We're going to watch this movie." That's essentially how it went down.
Wooly, I've met Josh. You are bigger than Josh. You could easily overpower him. He didn't have a gun.
I was held at gunpoint through text message.
Did he just say, "Just do it, pussy," enough times, and then you were like, fine?
It basically amounted to that. Also, I dodged it anyway because I had shit going on, and then he's like, so I said no. He's like, hey, whatever dates thing going, Gundam Seed Destiny, not Destiny, Gundam Seed Freedom movie showing in theaters one night only. 18 years later, you win. You know, and I'm just like fucking offing ourselves, jumping off the highest building in the city. You in? We doing this? You know, and then I originally like fucking escaped it, and then it's like, no, wait, there's a second screening for the subtitled version. You can catch it on a different night. You got, and it was just like, I already bought the tickets. You're fucking it's going now. All right. For the bit, for the content, I don't know.
You can just
for curiosity.
not, man.
You can, and you know what? Most of the time, I do. You're the one that goes to the Emoji Movie. You're the one that seeks out.
Yeah, but there's like I get enjoyment after watching trash. I know you're just like the way you talk about Gundam Seed. It's like it's like it stabbed you.
I definitely felt like I'm like, okay, if we're doing this, then I need to know. I guess I need to know. If it was a new entire franchise, a new entire series, go fuck yourself. But sit inside a movie theater for 2 hours. Fucking fine. Let's do this. And here's what it is, actually. It is a proper sequel to the series 18 years later. And there is something you have to respect here. The decision to make this sequel there is not an ounce or a moment where they waver with any regret whatsoever. It is the most Gundam Seed shit ever, which means if you love Seed, if you're into it, if you get hype on that, it's giving you all of that and then some. It is taking the essence of what the original was. It's taking all of your Jesus Kira Yamato moments. It's taking your my girlfriend is the president, is the strongest ever. She's the best. It's taking our who cares about your weapons. My philosophy is everybody should stop though, and if I cry hard enough, we can make the war go away. It's taking teenagers ruling the world and the galaxy and those things and just pushing them to the fucking nth degree. It is hyper concentrating a lot of that. I will say that hey, look, robots look pretty. It's a movie made in the current year. We've gotten there's a budget. They've gotten some pretty robots flying around doing cool shit. So there's that. But it is a hilarious exercise where you're like, okay, the whole deal with Gundam Seed is you've got Kira, the guy.
Okay,
right.
well, I'm gonna stop here for context.
Sure.
The only thing I have ever seen of Gundam Seed in my entire life is the clip of the kid named Kira crying like a freak.
Okay.
That's it. I don't think I've even seen what the robot looks like.
Okay. All right. Well, to upset a lot of people and summarize, the gist of Seed is they're trying to remake the original, but they're doing so in a way with a much worse writing and art style and decision making. Everything is just full of like not just relatable wartime teenage angst, but like horrible characters making horrible, shitty teenage decisions in the most annoying ways possible. And then those decisions have like fucking power behind them. So, yes, wow, cool robot. Laser shoots overhead. Pew.
I'm gonna look at the.
Anyway. So all the main deal is that you've got your main character, and he's Jesus Christ on the cross, and he's got his perfect hot girlfriend, and they rule. They're anytime war breaks out for any reason. No, everybody should stop fighting, though. I'm the best. I hit the win button, and then we make the fighting go away. These two existing is like they're a power fucking, they're a sun, right? So when a new conflict has to arise in this world, what you have to do is create a new cast of characters that exist exclusively to break everybody up with their partners and to break these people up and to cuck them.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
So if we have a brand new cast of these characters with a perfect blonde boy that shows up, and he was born, like test tube born, to cuck the main character, right? And because because him and the girlfriend are destined to be together, and they're destined to rule and all that, and it's in the genes, it's in the DNA, right? And so main character has to go through the like, oh no, like I walked in at the wrong moment of this conversation, I heard the wrong thing, and oh no, what if she doesn't like me though? Oh, and then she has to have the oh no, and then the oh just talk, no, run away. So breakup drama has to occur, except the breakup drama that would otherwise occur in grade 7 here has catastrophic nuclear fallout that involves like entire cities being wiped out and nukes going off and people getting pasted into dirt and such, because that's the stakes. You have brand new characters as well that exist to, again, just to kind of sun around and get in between, and like while this new like blonde guy is kind of pulling Jesus away from his girlfriend and cucking, you got a new girl over here that's trying to pull him away and be like, no, come with me though, and it is just like the further apart these two characters can get away from each other, the more the universe can be thrown into turmoil, so when that rubber band snaps and they come flying back together, the power of their love is so literal and strong and real that like it doesn't matter what makes sense anymore. We have moments where they get their new suit with the new power-ups and the girl is like floating in space like Cosmos, and you're like, we're still in the world of Gundam, but we've just
wait. Is this Universal Century or is this its own thing?
It's its own thing. It's not UC. It's its own thing. And you get to your moment where like you're like Cosmos gets into the cockpit with Jesus Christ, and they sit and then sits in his lap and they're next to each other, and then the power of love just proceeds to just shoot in all directions in ways that makes no sense. It's again, they're quadrupling down on everything they love, and there's even a moment where he goes, do I have permission to use the strongest, craziest weapon ever? Like it's so strong, I need to get permission, and then I have to ask permission from the president of the universe. And then the president of the universe is my girlfriend who's sitting in my lap right here. And the contract pops up and she goes, I agree, signed. And she signs it. And then they unlock the ability. And then they just do a fucking reality slicing judgment cut.
It feels like a conflict of interest.
It's just, it's so pure. It's so pure in being like, yeah, man, shut the fuck up. Power of love. It's all about Jesus and Cosmos, the couple, doing it. And then they do it. And we get to see some characters along the way where you're like, if you had positive memories of them, you'd be like, hey, there they are. But if you don't, then you're like, oh God, I forgot about that fucker. Whole lots of that. And that's really it. And then the cucker gets reversed. The cucking gets turned back on the cucky. There's a nice little crying scene, so Kira gets to cry again. That was fun. And then
I like the things that you're saying.
He gets punched, and that goes down in the way that you would hope. Shin is there. He does his bit, and there's a little girl villain that's also there too that feels like they were going for. I don't suppose you ever watched the Gundam Wing movie, did you?
Yeah, you're thinking of Marimea
Barton. You remember so they do Marimea Barton again. They do
Really?
Yeah, they kind of do her again.
Is it as good as it was the last time?
Good. Yes. Good, you say. Yeah, they're doing the it's Marimea Barton, but she's old actually. She's the child in the with the older brain.
I'm sorry?
She's actually old, but she's in a child's body.
All right. I'm out. I'm done. I'm gone. I'm leaving.
And
I'll continue to sit here and look at the camera, but I'm out.
Hey man, it's fun. Hey, look, cool guy gets a fucking Hayakushiki style golden suit, does the cool thing. Power levels don't make sense. It doesn't matter. He does a cool thing. He tanks the full beam point blank. It's shut up. It's fine. We don't worry about the Myth Dragon age villain.
A cool robot.
Yeah, no. And then again, in the end, everybody stop, shut up. Their conflict is not like politics happen, but they're not real because the whole point of the politics going wrong and the things that are the parties upsetting each other are really just they're like held down underneath this guy's trying to cuck this dude and trying to pull. I mean, really, like you have to see like when he walks in the room, like the girlfriend's eyes like change colors and she gets mind warped to another reality where like the Tuxedo Mask realm essentially occurs. Like it really is that.
People
anyway.
like this.
Yeah. If it's the first Gundam you've ever seen, if it's the one that you watched on TV at the right years, at the right age, it's the coolest shit ever. I also and this is another thing too. I take heat on this, but I'm like I've never liked this art style in particular. I know in Scry,
I've been watching little clips here and there. I don't think it looks very. I've
always hated the art style. I know it was in a better show. Scry used it as well, but I've never been down with the anyway. And you just you get the quadruple down. We have no regrets for the show we made in the past. We have no regrets of anything, and this is obviously the most popular, insane moneymaker, especially in Japan, for a reason. So yeah, we're going all in on exactly what we did before. It makes you feel whatever you felt about Gundam magnified. That it just shoots you further in whatever direction you already were in. The only thing I'm surprised by, if anything, is that it took 18 years to do this, considering it's the number one most popular series for them.
It is?
Seed, is insanely popular. In Japan, it's humongous.
The only person I've ever talked to about Gundam Seed is you. Ever.
It's it's insanely popular in Japan. It's very.
Do I just have better friends with better taste?
I mean, look, man. Anyone who's out there that is, I've aggressively heard people angry at me every time I talk about Gundam for my Gundam opinions, and there, if there's anyone out there that goes that hard into it that we know, you're not going to run into the average person on the street that's going to sit you down and extol the virtues of UC and tell you, oh, how about that 8th MS team though? I don't know. you might get a couple chats here and there, but I don't know how many people are all going in on multiple series. You know, as someone who has seen, I've seen a bunch of them. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I've seen out like the entire timeline. So you know,
wow, cool robot.
My opinion is as invalid as it is when I talk about it like anything else, like I don't know, Kamen Rider or whatever. It's like, yes, have I seen shows that equal like hundreds of episodes of multiple series that are over 52 episodes long? Yeah, sure.
Bro, right? I fucked myself on Kamen Rider because I watched Kabuto first, and then every time I would start, I'm like, why aren't they as cool as Kabuto?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of really cool ones. But regardless, it's always a weird feeling to kind of get through like literally, like hundreds of hours of a franchise and then be like, damn, your opinion is shit. It doesn't matter. You've barely seen it because you haven't gone through the thousands of hours.
That's not.
I'm like, okay, I guess.
I've been trying to get to like a new mindset over the past couple of years in general, and this is a really good example. Let's talk about like fandom, right? It's like, hey, this person only watched one of the shows, but there's actually 52 different fucking Doctor Who's or whatever, and then they start complaining about this thing at Doctor Who. Well, you don't even know. And it's like, is this useful? Is this like whole version of the argument useful to anybody? Right? It's like, well, you haven't spent the requisite 280 hours.
Look, I can give you my opinions on Kabuto, O's, Double, fucking Gaim. You know, like there's a couple of things I can go into that, you know, each of those you got to sit down and do your 52 episodes. They're quite long, but like regardless, I'm like, and that's what I'll give, and that's what I'll give my opinions on. But yeah, no, I can say that sitting down, watched a new Seed movie, and guess what? Stargazer is still out there, and I highly recommend if anyone wants to check out what's the world of Gundam Seed. Watch Stargazer. It's like 15 minutes long, and it's really good. 3 episodes, probably total 45 or so, and they're just like, yo, all that shit over there, don't worry about it. Let's make the Tubble Heloscope.
I saw somebody in the chat just say that I'm gonna form my opinion of FF14 based on A Realm Reborn, and like I'm like routinely amazed that people fight against that interpretation, because A Realm Reborn is like a full game that you have to play to get to the later stuff. If you're like 25 hours into that game and you're like, I fucking hate this. Like, who the fuck am I to tell you, like, hey, yeah, by the way, you don't get to hate it.
Now, here's the thing. What is valid is there's a lot of current good Gundam that I have not caught up on. That it's like, yeah, absolutely. If I'm here going like, no, I haven't caught up with Unicorn. I haven't caught up with other stuff that's come, Witch from Mercury and some of the other stuff that's going on. Then it's like, yeah, I'm not going to comment on that because I'm literally out. It's been fucking years, you know. But this Seed shit is just it's incredible. It really is fascinating to still come back all this time later and find it exactly the way you left it.
Hey, let me ask you: is war bad in Gundam Seed?
You know what? War is bad.
Okay, well, at least they got that one.
But your girlfriend cheating on you is worse.
I mean, like, maybe on like a personal level, but like,
and like every time she does, like, planets die.
Oh, shut up.
Okay. No. but nukes get fired off, right?
Okay.
If our relationship is on the rocks, at least a city is going down, and you get to watch as like the baby stroller gets evaporated, right? Like it's because it's Gundam. We're still doing that, you know. So yeah, it's there you go. They're doing it, and there's no regrets, no hesitations, and you have to respect something about that. You really do. Like, imagine if
oh no, man. What, even if they did have regrets, do you think they'd just be like, hey, we're going to make a sequel to Gundam Seed 18 years later, and we're going to make it good this time? We made it bad on purpose before, but now we're gonna make it good.
But like,
I don't
imagine,
think anybody thinks that way.
but imagine if like David Cage came out with like Beyond 2: The Nomad Prophecy, right? Like, and just went in Detroit, and just like went all in, and like leaned as hard as possible into every single one of those things.
He does that every game.
But like, there's that thing where like the second person at Quantic Dream is like putting writers around him to soften the blow each time, so that you can get better and better things. For example, Connor and his buddy are like the most entertaining part of Detroit, and like these things where there's more writers.
Yeah, that's because they actively fought him.
So that's but there's the interviews talking about like containing David Cageisms and finding other people to put other shit in there to make it, to make it better for posterity. So it's just, it's like, what if you untethered all of that and you just had him go full power again, Anyways, good stuff. I highly recommend everybody.
Is it?
Yeah. Go pay for his ticket and go watch it. go do it.
No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not to do that.
Okay. Well, something else.
You can't make me.
Have you heard of the Polymega?
No.
Okay. I got a Polymega.
Is this
a Polymega? Is it's a device. It's a console. You plug it into your HDMI slot, and it has a CD slot on the front, and if you put a PlayStation 1 disc into it, it will play that disc. And then if you put a Sega Saturn game into the front, it will play that disc. And if you put a Neo Geo CD or a Sega CD into that slot, it will play that disc. It's you have your own that you're putting in. You can also copy a copy of it onto the hard drive. But it's like it runs it there. It also has physical modules that have a Super Nintendo cartridge slot on top that you slide into place, and you can put a Nintendo cartridge slot, a Super Nintendo, a Sega Genesis, Master System, 32X, TurboGrafx, MSX, any cartridge really, all into the slot, and then play the cartridge. And there's a little opening on the front side where you can plug in the controller of that console if you have an original controller, or it comes with one of its own, which are pretty decent controllers and wireless ones at that, for each of those consoles. And I believe they have an N64 one that's coming out as well.
How does this have all of these in the same fucking box?
It appears that they have the module that runs the hardware, and if you use your own disc, that you have your own cartridge, you will play it.
Okay.
And that's how that goes. It also has a bunch of whatchamacallit, freeware games that people have made for like NESbox like development and things like that. So but yeah, it's got all these different things. So I just kind of I grabbed one of those and I was like, let's see how this handles a bunch of my Super Nintendo cartridges that I have. And you pop it in and I'm like, oh yeah, there you go.
Does it work?
It works. And then when you copy stuff over, it rips it rips, your cartridge, or it rips your disc or so. And like all of that seemed to work. The only thing
that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. The only thing I noticed was that the SNES games had input lag. I noticed like about a half-second input lag on that, and apparently, like Googling it, this was something that used to be worse, and it cut down, and I think they're trying to deal with that or fix that or something. But like, so the SNES games have that. That felt bad. I was playing like Mega Man X.
How
and I was like, But then
how high in the generations does it go?
But just to say, when I played the other consoles, there was no input lag. So NES, Genesis, all the way up through to PS1, everything else was fine and felt as it should. SNES was
If
the
you
only
had
thing
told
that
me it
felt.
went up to the PS2, I would be looking at it right now.
Yeah, no, it goes up to PS1. So NES, Genesis,
Um,
TurboGrafx, MSX, 32X, Sega CD, Neo Geo CD, Saturn, PS1, and 64. Um, and yeah, I mean, at the very least, like I know. So I have a Dreamcast, for example, that was like modded to have an HDMI out, so that it can just be easier to run on any capture devices or mono
yeah.
TVs and stuff like this. That's one of the main benefits, is just having something that can run on an HDMI. You know, but what's really nice is the fact that it's also like got the original controller slot, so you play the original controller with your original cartridge, or you can plug in a USB controller from whatever and just run the controller you want, or the included ones, which are again pretty decent wireless controllers shaped like any given console generation. So yeah, I'm gonna give it some more testing, see how things run on it, but like so far it's been pretty good. And I guess
Huh.
I kind of discovered as well, like I had a couple of NES cartridges that were like I guess damaged in some ways, because I was trying to run like I had a Legend of Kage that like boots up but doesn't show anything, and I had to blow and do all the heat and all that and get it going. And for some of them it worked, and for some it didn't, unfortunately. So if you happen to still get to have kept your physical collection of games around at all of old shit, I did. This is a great way to simplify using that. Yeah.
Huh. Who makes this?
Polymega. I think it's just called.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it just appeared out of.
It's Polymega.
Okay.
I gave you all the information I have
I see. Okay. Yeah.
about what it is and how it works. But it is interesting though, because I like, while it's running and on, I'm like you could like hot swap the cartridge slot, and put in your Genesis one, or put in your TurboGrafx, which I mean I guess I don't know who has any physicals of those, but
No one does.
but I stuck in some Saturn stuff and ran it, and I was like, oh yeah, that the Saturn stuff, I played through that, and everything Saturn and PS1 was quite solid. So just warning about the Super Nintendo games having some input lag that apparently again is they got it better, but it's still not perfect. But everything else is.
Did you see this item and go, I need to get this before the company is shut down?
Yeah, so basically Austin had one, and like I saw that, and he like was just showing me the whole setup, and I was like, yeah, I'ma just order me one of these.
It'll be there maybe when I get back home.
Pretty much, because for capture purposes,
Yeah, no, it's a big deal.
there's a ton, exactly, and I have a ton of legacy media stuff. I have my old cartridges, I have my old discs that I to get that going, it sucks. I have to jump through a lot of hoops. Not to mention some of the fun stuff that I got, like I got like a Star Fox 2 like kind of like ROM hack cartridge. I got like a Mother 3 ROM hack cartridge, and some fun stuff that was like homebrewed. That I always kind of wanted to give a shot to. So yeah, pretty sick. Shout outs to that. And then in addition to that, something else as well I've been thinking about. And yeah, also Austin had the he had there's so Rock Band, no, Guitar Hero came to Fortnite the other day, and they there's a new guitar that got released called like the Riffmaster or something like that. That is like a USB guitar that can play. You can do like, there's a PlayStation or there's an Xbox version, or it plugs into your PC, etc. And I was like, fuck it, it's been long enough. I'm down for some plastic instruments in my life.
Right.
So I ordered me a Riffmaster, and I'm like, let me just play. I want to play some fucking Rock Band. And so I went and got Rock Band 4, which is the last one that came out in 2016 or so. And yeah, I was prepared for the fact that like I've done the over the years, there's always been these updates where it's like, hey, your music library from the first game, if you don't transfer it over by this date or get your license to export.
Get fucked.
And I did it. I kept up with it for a while, and I'm like, I give up. I gave up, you know. So I lost that giant collection of songs that I had going back to Rock Band 1. But they were on Xbox anyway, you know. And so I was like,
man, they just drove that shit right into the dirt, didn't they?
But and I know about Clone Hero as well and stuff. But I just kind of
I don't know about Clone Hero.
Oh well, that's the PC game where people put their own songs in. You know?
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just like, yep. It's been a solid decade or so. I've always felt that there would be a time when I would want to come back to these. You know, but the plastic instrument graveyard in my house was growing deep. It
was bad at one point. I remember that.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Plus the drums, plus everything else, and then on top of that, it got to that level where, like, you know, when Kotick was like, everyone's getting tired of instruments, let's run this into the ground and release like 3 Guitar Hero games in like 2 years or some crazy shit. It got really rough, you know. So we're talking a lot about Microsoft and Activision and all their fucking stupid decisions, but like, I don't think there was anything as like actively malicious that I've ever seen in my whole time looking at video games as Kotick going, we have to get everything we can out of this market and then destroy it so that no one else can ever have it. Right. While Harmonix was like, we need to preserve and delicately drop little flower buds to grow. What the fuck you mean they're scorching the earth, right? They were trying so hard, and they were also like fighting against also the the whole licensing thing, because Epic was, when they bought them out and stuff, they were kind of saying, oh well, if you want to use online services, you got to sign up for an Epic account. If you want to buy music or whatever, you got to go through all these hoops and shit. They were trying really hard to preserve the plastic instrument life cycle, and Kotick was like, no, let's squeeze all the blood we can from this stone.
I just saw somebody in the chat point out like what you did and what I did happened to like a huge proportion of people, where, hey, I have like 200 songs for Rock Band on my Xbox account, but I don't have an Xbox now. Yep. I have a PlayStation.
Yep. And I forget if it was from either 2 to 3 or 3 to 4. There was a point where they let you go to their Harmonix website, export your licenses, and then, you know, put it on your account so that you can import them somewhere else when you buy the new game. And anyway, that date passed and ended. So there's a whole section on the store where you can go to now where you can't get any of the old songs, and that sucks.
I think it's really funny that I point out that I don't have an Xbox because I have forgotten that the prop next to me is an Xbox.
There you go. It's a prop. It's a character.
By the way, for the podcast listeners, I'd like to explain something. Somebody in my chat the other day asked me why I keep this fucking Xbox Series X next to me like permanently, and which I described like it is doing more as a physical prop for my show than it ever did for me as a console.
Might collect a little less dust where it is right there.
Genuinely, yes.
It holds up the headphones. Oh man. Yeah, so anyway, I booted up Rock Band 4, which was like $13 or so. And it was just like, let me just play again, you know? And yeah, the new guitar, it is nice that, like, I don't know what generation it was that introduced the ability to physically fold it on itself, but
I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, if I can just grab it for a second, you get it in 3 pieces, right? And it actually, when you want to transport it, you can like hit a little switch here and then fold the neck down so that it's easier to transport. And then
oh my god, that would
also
made a big difference.
You can take the complete the edge off as well, so that it just becomes a very portable thing, you know, for storage. Great, awesome. It's, you know,
I wish it had been like that 10 years ago.
I sure do. But everything else is there, and it's like, oh, it's a fun thing to return to, and like, goddamn, do I miss some of those songs, and I'm enjoying going back to, you know, Reptilia and Dragon Force and all these classics. You know, I'm like, oh man, it's that one Fallout Boy song, you know, that we used to play and FCP remix, all this wild shit, you know. But it's funny to go back to it and also be greeted with just a store that is crumbling under, like, one, the fact that you need an account to sign in to browse it, and two, the weight of the amount of music available on it. It cannot handle normal usage.
It's also like crumbling under the future of time, because you know everything on the fucking thing is like one bad day away from not existing.
It's crazy. You can feel as you browse through the little store picking up your albums, you can feel the walls crumbling around you. Sometimes you search for something and it doesn't pop up. You know, I was searching. I'm like, you got any Bang Camaro in there? You got any? You got Even the Rats? Slip? No. All right. And I'm searching, and like sometimes it'll pop up, and then other times it won't. You type in YY to get me my YYZ, and it doesn't work the first two times, but it works the third time. You know, and so I'm just like, okay, grab it when it works. But man, it is falling apart. But yeah, and then but I'm just like, I would like to have this at least for this generation now, because there's another thing too where I'm like, you know, like Guitar Hero and Rock Band. And even the spin-off games, like I got into Guitar Hero, Beatles, and all that. Like, that got me into some music that I did not know about. That exposed me to a bunch of shit I didn't know, bands I didn't know. You know, I had some friends that got me into some stuff, but for the most part, like I learned a lot from that. There was, again, that was the most direct exposure I had to a bunch of Beatles that, you know, I hadn't heard at all. And so I want to be able to keep that, I don't know, preserve it, have the ability to do so again in the future. And I'm not like gonna go, I don't want to go out and grab the full drum set and grab the second guitar, or now you can do up to 4 microphones and even a keytar and stuff. I don't feel like I need all that. But I did keep the microphone from Rock Band, and that still works because it's just a USB microphone. And at least the guitar here is nice. And I maybe might get a second one just so, you know, 2-player might be possible or so. But I want to be able to, you know, for posterity's sake, preserve the ability to discover music and play it in this really fun way. Because, yeah, it's a really awesome thing to, like, start playing a song that you don't know, but the challenge of playing it is how you, like, learn it. And then you get to really like the song from that, you know, and then you might even go look at the rest of what the band has to. You know, to their names. So I know this is probably gonna be horribly dated when as much time from Guitar Hero 1 passes again, but like, if at all I can keep at least one plastic guitar in my house from now on, as opposed to getting rid of them all, I feel
like guitar games are going to fulfill the same role as light gun games in 10 years, where someone will mention, hey, did you ever play Guitar Hero? And you're gonna go, yeah, I did. Well, hold on, I think I still have the guitar array. Oh, I found one. Oh, it's a little finicky. It's a little, the one button's a little finicky, but
yeah,
like the way that, like, somebody would talk about House of the Dead.
Yeah. But you might just hear, you know, someone playing like fucking maps, and then your brain is gonna go maps. Oh,
that's already now. Oh, well, there'll be more then.
You know, all that shit. I'm an evil man, but I'm also into cats. You know, all that stupid shit. The fucking Paramore songs that were so fun to play. Like, I'm like, yeah, like, bring me all of those back again, man. Those were good times. So, I'm gonna, okay, whatever. Inside jokes from when we used to play Rock Band back in the day, a million years ago.
Million years ago.
Yeah, and you demonstrated your pretty solid vocal ability.
It's okay.
Much to everyone's surprise, it was like, oh shit, Pat's got some pipes.
Well, I talk enough. I would hope so.
So yeah, back on the Rock Band, and that's also a funny one too, where I'm like, this is a big old return to an old game, and you cannot LP in any way, shape, or form anything like this. You just enjoy that to yourself.
No, that shit is.
You can clone hero it, I guess, but yeah. Also, holy shit, man, going back and trying to hit expert on anything, get the fuck out. Oh Jesus, I'm like I was feeling good about myself for some songs. I'm like, okay, I'm handling Sweet Child of Mine, on harder. So let me crawl up to fucking Dragon Force and see what. Nope, fuck you. Shut the fuck up. Drop to medium.
No, don't do that. No.
Drop to
don't
medium,
do it.
you asshole. Through the Fire and the Flames gives no fucks. Anyway, that's pretty much me. So, yeah, this week gonna be short, of course, because we're starting a little late. But gonna get in some. You know what? It's been bumped so much recently, but like I really do intend this time to play some DNF Duel Monk. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do some.
How many times you bumped it?
It's been like 3 times now. It's been pretty brutal. It's been pretty brutal.
When I bump something 3 times, that's when people start to fucking yell at me that I'm gonna cancel it, and they're usually right.
There's always something that comes up, but we're gonna jump in, do some Yakuza, and
Jesus, I'm so sorry, everyone.
And then next week, there's also Combo Breaker that's coming up. So Reggie and I are gonna be at that. Got to go remind myself how to press a button, and we're gonna.
Do you?
Yeah. But like we're pretty much taken off, and that's like I think the day right before, or right after like Akuma comes out too as well. So we'll see what the ruling is on whether he's allowed in the tournament or not. But that might be some ridiculous hijinks.
Oh, he's gonna be allowed in. He's like no like. To ban Akuma from a big tournament, oh yeah, it's not fair.
If it's the day before, dude, no. If it's the day, listen. Yes, Bloodsport and chaos. Do it for the memes, lol, etc. But the day before, it's extremely understandable if they're like. You can't avoid the patch changes to the characters overall, but the character themselves being like banned for the tournament.
No. Okay, okay, I'm gonna bring in different trains of thought here. Okay, the first one is fuck off. Right. Akuma's cool.
Yes,
I want to see. Yes, of course. As a spectator, totally, I want to see the cool
Absolutely,
shit.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah.
But the second thing, as you correctly described. The characters are all going to get patched anyway. So there is already no way to protect people's training and experience from the reality of change.
Yes.
So you're going to let some changes in, but not the one that spectators would be the most excited to see?
It depends. Like if you can't get away from the actual version update changes or so, that's completely unavoidable based on the update, and that makes sense. If the idea is like mitigating it by going, okay, but maybe give it a second for the character. I get it. I can understand. Like given if the nature of the tournament is one where there's like a whole lot of official like points are standing to make, if it's part of a circuit that affects your ability to compete in the big finals or whatever the case is. Yeah. All that tournament player shit that you don't want to hear me say. I understand that perspective as why a character coming out the night before is considered fucking nuts, and we should probably, go the other way.
I'm of the opinion.
But I understand the unhype, like practical is not the fun thing or whatever.
No,
but I also get as well. So I think he might be allowed though. that's the thing is I think they asked, there was a poll. And I think it might be the case that he is going to be allowed anyway. So this might be a non-conversation regardless.
I think that if they didn't want Akuma to be playable at Combo Breaker, right, and they were like, that's not fair, people didn't have any time to play against Akuma, they should take the steps to unplug every console from internet and Wi-Fi and play the non-balance change versions. Yes. Because that's the version everybody practiced on, right?
Well, so, I mean, what would actually happen is they would be like, you play the version, but you just don't pick that character. That's the half step that seems
That's like way worse than either extreme.
It's damage mitigation is what it is, right? And then there's the other thing, of course, which is like, what if you walk in the day of and there's a brand new character that day? You know, what if the update happens on the exact Friday or so, and you just walk in and there's a new character?
Like, really, if you think about it, this is the fair, like, letting Akuma in with like 1 day of practice is actually the fairest thing that could ever happen.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm fully aware
I think the Capcom Pro Tour should take place on the day of the next Street Fighter game's release.
I'm fully aware.
They don't even let them play it first.
Yes. No. We've established clearly that the further you are from caring about the thing, the funnier it is to watch it go nuts. Just who cares? You're not there.
I'm gonna pull it back for a second. I'm gonna pull back my own like brain and hyperbole for a second. These are spectator events, therefore I believe that spectators should be in prime consideration with competitors as secondary consideration. And that's kind of always my go-to, is that like the idea of the spectators who are either supporting it monetarily or with views, like, should be the primary concern. If it's a tournament that is not being broadcast and is actually just private and it's entirely supported by buy-ins, then I should shut the fuck up and they can do whatever nonsense they want. But if there's any form of advertisement that is supporting the tournament via spectator, then the spectator's experience is primary.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense, and that's probably why a lot of the decisions go the way they go, especially how things about like training mode and costumes over the years and stuff, every time that's come out and it's been shitty, they've erred towards what spectators would want to see. That makes
that was the whole training mode
debacle
kerfuffle.
And so on. Exactly. The thing is though, debacle, kerfuffle, derfuffle, kerbuckle.
I feel like we both overshot it.
But of course, this is assuming a clean. There is an opinion of the spectator that is always going to be, this is what we want to see, versus the difference of the competitor, where it's not always that clean division, right? Furthermore, if we're talking about extremes, if spectators were to say no one should be allowed to pick a character, everything should be random select, this is what the spectators want, that's an insane.
That'd be awesome.
But we don't actually, like, there's an obvious limitation.
Well, the best player would still win,
etc. So there's an obvious limitation to the philosophy, the idea that, yes, the consideration for the spectator is in prime importance here. There is a point where if that goes into a realm that is, there's a clear cutoff point for what's considered stupid, that they don't that we will not acknowledge. We're not going to go there, right? If there's a spectator rule for any other thing that makes no fucking sense, there's like, okay, well, regardless, we who cares? We're not going to go down that road, right? The tournament is going to then have the player considerations, secondary as they may be, still secondary. I
think I feel pretty strongly about this, but at the same time, like, I don't think anyone's going to threaten that tournament with day 2 Akuma with the low health. I think that character specifically is going to get.
It's not even that though, dude. It's not even that. It's what happens a lot of the time, and whenever there's examples of day 2 character busted, has an invincible, unstoppable thing that's not balanced, not properly, addressed, that can then legally be used to, like,
I see. You know what? Here's the thing. I think that's great, because it's really embarrassing to Capcom.
It is very embarrassing.
Like, I think if they put out Akuma and Akuma's actually like massively fucked,
brand new fucked up shit,
an event like Combo Breaker, that they deserve that knock on the chin.
Right. It's not even the like, oh, do you have the knowledge check from this morning or whatever the case. There's things where there'll be something wrong with the character that needs immediate addressing, and it's like, yeah, guess what? That Yzar, the Rashid Tornado, that's tournament legal. Too bad, fuck you. You gotta just, you just have to sit there and hold that because they made a mistake in the release of the character. So yeah, anyway.
All right, and now I'm gonna get my last one in so that I can get this weird little thing out of my chest. And also during top 8, they should release tigers into the arena and tell them to keep playing.
If that's what the spectators want, that's what the spectators should get.
Tigers probably wouldn't even do anything. I'm just thinking like they probably would just like try and leave.
Ah, man. It just like, make no mistake, like I'm super down to talk about all the changes that fucking should be implemented in soccer, because I am as far away from giving a fuck about soccer as possible.
Oh man.
You know, it's hilarious when you're way over here and you go back to living your life, you're like, wait, they're doing what? That's crazy. Wait, the whole tournament fell apart because there's a game-breaking freezing bug that you could do with Modern Akuma. That's great. Anyway, back to Hades 2. Like, you know. Yeah. Anyways, so that's what's going down. And I just to touch on it briefly. The FF16 DLC 2 Rising Tide. Finished that off, and there's some really cool shit in that. I talked about the new ability from last time. You get the gun and stuff. Pretty much just going into the final fights there. You get a really sick fight on foot against, I really feel like it's a Souls-ass knight type character. There's a bunch of knights that are Final Fantasy knights, but this dude in particular has big Souls energy to him. You know, if FromSoft ass looking fucking dude frosting around and shit, doing big old swinging animations that look like foul dance, incredible. He slow walks up to you. It's
oh right, there you okay. Thank you.
Whole lot of fun. And then after that, you fight Leviathan, and you have a really sick ass Leviathan. Like it's like that. It's almost like I was talking about how Omega went last time. It's on that level, but you're doing it as Ifrit, and because you're doing it as Ifrit,
of course you are. Yeah.
You can't do as much. You're not as, you know. And there's that like Omega felt more fun. I loved Omega. Not just because of the amazing music and everything, but just Clive on foot can do more and is faster, and you have more at your disposal, and you have more freedom to it. And like, there is something to like, this is the like controlling Ifrit in FF16 is the best I'm controlling a kaiju has ever felt in a game, right? Like, I don't know that like we talked about how Bayonetta 3 sucks at that. It feels like a momentum stopper. I don't know that anyone else is doing cooler feeling I'm controlling a kaiju at a giant scale. But there's an inherent thing but that is going to feel kind of slow and clunky because of the size of the scale. It's a big monster fight, and it's rad, but man on foot, you can just go, you know? I'm
watching this fight against Leviathan with Ifrit, and I'm like, this looks like the G-Warrior fight.
Okay.
From 14.
Okay.
Like, it looks just like it.
What I would love as a compromise of sorts, I would love if you had a game where you were controlling big kaiju monster fight fuck you, but it was still fast and you had as many things going with your move kit.
Yeah,
and, you know, by comparison,
I have to say, like FF16 has like a minor issue, and they understand it. Where the icon fights are more spectacle, because like you're describing, Clive is the one with the real moveset.
That's it.
And Ifrit is the one that has a simplified moveset for spectacle purposes. But I feel like it hurts the game in some ways. Like, Titan had like 7 phases, and they were all a joke compared to the fight you had on foot against Hugo.
Right. And the thing is trust me, I understand the counterpoint. Shut up, it's cool though. I get it. It's a very powerful counterpoint, but it's not gonna make it worse if Ifrit could move faster, do more, and feel comparable, so that when you jump into him, it doesn't feel like you're playing Clive with with weights on. It should feel like weights are coming off for these amazing spectacle moments, you know? So yeah, and there was some struggle I had to with some of the DPS race moments where you have to stop the waterfall or the tidal wave in time. you know, I had a much cleaner, funner time with on Omega, just going through my moveset and then picking the icons I liked and cycling through it, you know? So it was really good, but it definitely is not as good as Thing of the Fallen. Anyway, DLC 1. Not Rise of the Fallen. What's it called? Anyway,
Echoes of the Fallen.
Echoes of the Fallen. Echoes of the Fallen is the better of the two. And it's just this is the best kaijuing you're doing out there, but it's inferior to Clive.
I'm so weirded out by the order that they put these DLCs in, because Leviathan gives you a new moveset, and Omega is the end. Yeah, it literally means the end.
It would have been better to do it in reverse to get that hit. But you also unlock Bloody Palace.
Mm-hmm.
And Bloody Palace comes with a secret, actually. Spoilers if you don't want to know about the Bloody Palace thing. Right before you walk into it, you get access to a brand new icon as well.
Oh, yeah?
A second icon.
Really?
Yeah.
Can I know what it is?
Ultima.
Oh?
Gives you an Ultima icon to use, and it's a better version of Bahamut. It's really cool.
Even Bahamut's like the second strongest in the whole game.
It's a Bahamut that you can go on the offensive with. You know?
My god,
it's really good. Because Bahamut involved a lot of floating and dodging, and this is a floating and dodging, but also going in. You know. Incredible. So, and that you get at the finish line too. So you're like, here's a little last second icon for you. Now go do Bloody Palace with it and then beat the game or so. So there's actually 2 new icons in the DLC, not 1. And it has like insanely strong abilities as well. One of its basic things does like stupid stagger and just melts. And you know what too? The Bloody Palace is kind of interesting because there's a whole layout to it where between rooms you can customize equipment and buffs, and it has its own currencies and unlock system within itself that like is more than just Bloody Palacing, and it also incorporates the style meter from arcade mode. So
why the fuck wasn't that in the game by default?
Yeah. Well,
I don't understand.
It's in this one, so that's a fun little surprise you get for Rising Tide, I would say. Omega is overall just like the best part of this post release DLC stuff, but 2 surprise icons to use, and then a whole other mode is dope as fuck. So, all right, that's me.
Okay. Before I get into my week, that took a lot longer than I expected. I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes.
All right. BRB. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
I love our sponsors.
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Shopify.
Hey, Shopify.
Cha-ching is the sound of a sale when you make it on Shopify. Shopify, what is Shopify? That's the global commerce platform that's here to help you with every stage of your business. So the example that comes to mind every time that I bring up is the fact that, hey, we started a podcast, we started Let's Playing, we know how to upload videos to YouTube, and I even figured out how to plug a microphone that looks fancier than a stupid USB thing that makes it sound terrible into a fancy mixer that makes it sound good. Remember how crazy that was when we plugged in the newer mics and everyone was like, what the fuck? What it?
Oh, it was bananas.
People were like, I hate it. I hate your voices. Go back to the old garbled USB voices. I don't want to hear them clearly. It was weird. And all of that took years and a lot of time before I figured out how to be like, hey guys, we could improve our sound quality, or we can improve our video quality, etc. It was wild. But all that to say that when it comes to things like, oh, we're gonna make some t-shirts, we're gonna make a little sticker or pins or stuff like that. No idea how to figure that stuff out or where to start. And that's what Shopify is for. So they're a global commerce platform that you can start integrating onto your business, so that'll help you if you're just starting out with your first couple of sales, if you're trying to figure out how to get something you want to sell out to someone out there that's interested in buying it. That's where you begin, but it also scales with your business as you grow, and it can help you from launching it all the way to your million order stage as well. So if your business is booming and a whole lot of people want to get a whole lot of shirts because they're like, dang, that's really cool. That's I remember Hollow Knight. Those bugs look like Hollow Knight. Then you can just you can get Shopify in the back helping you out with all your data, all your metrics, all the support you could be looking for. Their award-winning support is also top of the line, and they're powering 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. They're behind Rothy's, Allbirds, Brooklyn, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 175 countries. So if you want the commerce platform that'll grow with your business, you can sign up for a $1 per month trial at shopify.com/superbeast, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/superbeast now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/superbeast. Thank you, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Factor. That is the no prep, no mess meals that you can get that are going to be a little bit healthier and still taste really good as we are entering the summer. You're going to get, if you want to spend less time figuring out how to handle your protein, your calories, what your intake is going to be, Factor's got you covered. Their never frozen meals are dietitian approved, ready to eat in just 2 minutes. And given how busy things get, I know that I'm going to be basically touch and go every 2 weeks. There's a lot going on for me in the next couple months. I'm all over the place. So I'm still trying to handle my current form. I want my current form to be my final form. I don't want to find out there's more Friezas waiting inside to come out.
What?
If I mess up, there will be a Wooly after the current Wooly that blows back up again, and that's bad. So I'm currently trying to keep my smaller, healthier shape, and doing so while also not fussing too much over my intake every day is hard, is what I'm trying to say, Didn't Frieza turn golden because he like tried once?
Yeah, he tried for like a minute.
Yeah, so there you go, right? you give it a shot one time. Anyway, all this to say that Fractor's got 35 different meals and over 60 add-ons you can choose from every week. New flavors to explore. Whatever your wellness goals are, they've got dietitian approved meals for you. If you're looking for calorie smart, protein plus, keto, all the different versions and variations, vegetarian. If you want to go with the option for minimizing all that prep time, no shopping, no prepping, cooking or cleaning up, it's ready to go with a 6 menu preferences to help you manage calories, maximize protein intake. If you're trying to avoid meat, they got you there covered there, or if you're trying to eat well balanced as well. So eat healthy, and it can taste good as well. Head to factormeals.com/castle50 and use code castle50 to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month. That's code castle50 at factormeals.com/castle50. And you're going to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month while your subscription is active. Thank you, Factor.
Thanks, Factor.
All right. What's up?
Have you been following the Ebony Riddler's assault on Drake?
I mean, yeah.
This beef has escalated to such an absurd degree.
It's a de-escalation. I hate this part.
I heard people telling me that there's videos out there of Drake fucking a dog. I don't think this thing is de-escalated for shit.
So there's that thing where apparently, Academics was on stream and got sent something and he was like, what the fuck? I gotta find out. I gotta figure out what to do with this. I just hate this at the epilogue part where like people that want to insert themselves, clout chasers, weirdos, people that are just, in some cases you might literally just be
not part of the thing.
No, the thing is this type of dude, the Black Riddler, right?
Yeah, this Black Riddler not totally right alongside this exact thing.
What is he trying to say? Just say what you're...
I don't know, but it's crazy.
You want to be some kind of character? You want to be woo? And you want to do your creepy filming weird shit? Just say what you're trying to fucking say. I hate this, I'm going to be a character and create an ARG shit.
Solve the riddle.
Now it's time to turn the spotlight on me, and I'm going to enjoy being in the spotlight, He has the shit, yes. But I hate everything about what they're doing and how he's doing it and how he's dancing around and being all weird and fucking cryptic. And if you have something to say, if you have an accusation to make, if you have some shit, then fucking say it. Playing this, I want to slowly bleed out and get internet fucking attention.
All right, fucking calm down, Batman. All right, Jesus.
It's so fucking ugh. The clout chase moment, the thing where now that the thing has happened, I can turn the spotlight on me and hold it for as long as possible. If I just say what I want to say, then that's going to mean the story's over. So let me just keep it up and say these weird things and fucking stretch it the fuck off, man. Say what you're going to say or don't. It's dumb fucking clout chase shit. I hate it. And it might be, who knows, this person might just be fucked up. I don't know if they're just crazy.
You look at a guy with a barrel of his stuff going, solve my riddles 3 and get mad about it.
Because it's the thing that happens after the thing has occurred and other people have to get in there now and start trying to get what they can from, it's just, again, the in the wake of the moment, the clout chase, the attention, the fucking time to turn it into some a crypto weird fucking I'm gonna leave clues and I'm gonna move the camera around in a horror film kind of way and action and try to make this shit a movie.
I'm gonna imply that Drake beat up a guy in a wheelchair.
I'm
did he fight a guy in a wheelchair?
Right, and let's start turning those conspiracy screws and getting into all the weird flavor of how you go about this shit. Right, I feel if anyone has anything serious to say that does it in this manner, if this is your way of revealing something important or something that's happened, I immediately fucking like discredit what you have to say until otherwise. Like it's ridiculous.
I have to totally disagree with you. Writing a poem to music is just as ridiculous of a way to say something mean about somebody as going on social media and doing a little ARG Blair Witch thing.
But the thing is the parties involved have like had that moment, and then when other people try to attach onto it in this way, it just looks like you're trying to redirect the attention. Yeah. That's all I see.
It obviously is that.
It's so fucking ugh. It's so sad to just be like, now me, guys. It's my turn. Are you looking at me? I'm gonna continue it. Are you looking at me? You know? Especially if you've got some shit that you could just fucking say, then just say it. Ugh. Anyway.
Person that is involved also wants some of the thing because they don't have like a rap label or whatever. Man.
Like the shit like the other part where it's like, oh yeah, dude came out and was like, yeah, Drake's people reached out and they paid me $150K just to give them some bullshit or whatever when they're trying to. And then I lied.
That's really funny.
And that's straight to the point, right? It's like, oh, what's something else that's involved? Oh yeah, when they were trying to dig up shit for Family Matters, they had nothing really, so they came to talk to whoever they could, and they offered me like tons of cash. So I was like, yeah, I'll take it, and then I just made up some bullshit that wasn't real. You know,
that's great. That's awesome. Well, I don't understand the line in the sand here between the theatricality of music and the theatricality of social media. I don't understand what your dividing line is here, because we are talking about two guys who made a bunch of songs and music videos about how much they dislike each other. Which is theatrical as shit.
Certainly is, but at the very least, people came in invested in the fact that these are two artists that had careers that were something before that, as opposed to somebody who's creating it now and saying,
you need to already be famous to get in on this.
But the concept of getting in on it is already the part that I find fucking it's trying to rush the stage. You know, this is if you have to.
Yeah, but this guy has stuff to rush the stage with.
So and we don't know what the fuck the bit is. If like did he take that photo and send it? He started out with this like I have all the shit, and it seems like it's someone that worked for the hotel or something. But you know, and so he has the film of the moments.
It appears to be a hotel security guy.
But that's essentially just it. It's like it is the multi-year, decade-long buildup of all this shit between two people that rolled up to this thing. Yes, it's theatrical, but it also is at the very least like there is a reason why people are invested from in the jump until it hits that point, versus somebody who's just like, I'm a mysterious person and I'm going to be fucking like it's just the definition of some clout chasing bullshit, you know. And it also reminds me a lot of like the people who are down that insane ass.
Why shouldn't the guy who has this stuff and sent the photo to Kendrick get to clout chase?
Then just say it. Why are we playing ARGs? Why do I have to?
It's hilarious as fuck.
Go out to your phone and dial this toll-free number and get in here, and then maybe we'll find another like little clues and my god.
Some hotel security guard pretending he's a fucking Batman villain while
cringe.
Canning.
It's so fucking lame.
How can you possibly say that's not funny?
It's funny in how fucking lame it is. It's so goddamn lame. It's like
guy with Naruto shirt on trying to do hand signs in the back. Like
the bit is weak. We can do We can. It's again. If you want funny is just the straight up like, oh, what else? Because I'm sure there's other things that we're gonna find out or whatever. Fast forwarding. But like I said, the other example of the something that coming out this week was like, yeah, did you know that Drake fucking burnt cash on trying to dig up dirt and got nothing? People lied. That shit. The dude just said, yeah, that shit was hilarious. It took him 2 seconds to say, then he did, and that was that.
Yeah, and the other one was played straight is the CBC trying to investigate the shooting, discovered like a Drake shell company. Like he has a fake security company that he's using for whatever reason. And that a
lot of that goes into apparently that had nothing to do with Kendrick and was more with the Weeknd.
No, it's just like because the security guard got shot outside his house, so the CBC started to investigate the security company that Drake said he belonged to and discovered that it was a completely fake company that didn't exist.
Right. But no, I'm just in terms of like the stuff pertaining to the shooting that occurred or so. Like people were saying that like it connects to like Weeknd.
Yeah, totally unrelated. Like the Weeknd or something. I don't know.
So because there was a shooting that happened like at his involved with his employees some days prior and stuff. Anyway, just like that's it. How
can you hate Black Riddler? I don't understand.
It's trying so hard, and it's trying hard in the same way. Do you know what The Voice is? Do you know about medbeds?
No.
Do you know about like that QAnon shit, right? Where you get
I'm familiar with QAnon.
Okay, so where we go one, we go all, right? And then the next level of that, when you have nowhere to go because your brain has hit the walls, is you go into medbeds, which are these things that are going to cure cancer and they're going to do everything. And but the way you drip feed to like the people that are believing that med beds are going to exist and they're going to heal you, but you can only access them in the 6th dimension. That's the only time.
Right. Yeah.
They're hanging out with Kalatica, the Sun game or board game, whatever the fuck, Catalica, right? We're hanging out in the same space. Anyway, there's a way that those types of fucking grifters talk, which is exactly what this Black Riddler shit is, which is the chase the clues, right? Typing like Q, look at the dates, look at the numbers.
You know what?
It gets into this realm of like insane, stupid bullshit that targets people that are conspiracy minded that pisses me the fuck off. I hate that shit so much.
I'm starting to understand what's happening here. We think that we don't understand each other, but we do. We actually just fundamentally disagree. Because I know exactly what you mean, and I think that shit's hilarious.
Oh my god, those people are the fucking worst, man.
Wooly, you have to remember, I have gotten into conversations with strangers where they will just tell me about how the aliens gave them superpowers, for hours.
Right.
I can't get enough.
Yeah. So no, we're now listening to Drakeanon.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah, hit me with it.
Oh my god. Oh, WWG1 WWG BBL.
So me and Paige were listening to a BBL Jersey remix. And Paige asks me, but did he get a BBL though? And I went, who cares? I don't care if he actually got plastic surgery. The song is hilarious.
Right. Man. But just when you get into that conspiracy, raise the eyebrow shit, especially because there's people in real life that I deal with that. There are people that I talk to in real life. We got some believers, in the family sometimes, and
some BBL believers.
We got some believers in the family that I talk to sometimes, and it's just a little like, man, this sucks, man. This fucking sucks that you think that just because somebody filmed themselves spouting off some bullshit in a black and white film, and they tilt the camera to make it look like they're talking over here and saying that's what they don't want you to know, and you put a little bit of dramatic music behind it. You can't. Your brain is like, oh my god, it has to be real. They're trying to shut him down right now.
Rules.
Like,
talking to those types of people are awesome.
You just like no defenses whatsoever against
Fuck yeah, I'm getting a download from space, brother.
No defenses against real life being like edited to be like a conspiracy video, you know. Ugh. Anyway,
like, bro, the CBC News report describing how Drake, Jungle Lion Security, had a fake. It's a fake company, right? It doesn't really have any employees, right? It must be a tax shelter or something, right? The video that I saw on TikTok that stitched the CBC News report was a girl watching it with her hand over her mouth going, oh my God, Drake faked the shooting? But why? Like, that was their takeaway from it.
Right. Man, look.
And then in the comments, like, no, you idiot, Drake obviously shot the mole. Duh. And just complete.
And now we just go. And we go and we go and we go. We take off from here. We go, yeah, who knows? And yeah. It's that fucking, that bottom feeding pathetic ass just, I'm gonna stretch this shit out like,
Hey man, people got to make a living. And apparently Drake fucked with his money. So.
Yeah, right, apparently, you know. Anyways, that's the energy. It fucking repulses me, dude. Anytime I see that in real life in any way, shape, or form, it's just like, yo, if you have some shit to say it. If you're trying to play this game, you're not serious. You're an absolute clown. And you love your little fucking spotlight and top hat. Don't you think
clowns are funny?
You want your top hat and fucking cane, you know? Yeah. It's like, anyway. Because it's the thing where, like, you know, like, Q disappears, but then someone else comes along and pretends to be Q, you know?
That's like really funny.
And it's like, oh, well, I'm just gonna be, and it's that just like, I get just the feeling they get as they're clicking upload on their cryptic shit, you know? Just that self-masturbatory, they're just like,
oh yeah, it's funny, man. Don't you think that's funny? It's so funny.
It's so sad. It's so fucking sad, dude. It's hilariously sad. You know?
Yeah, no, we're not actually in disagreement on this. It's just our emotional responses are on the opposite ends of the spectrum.
Try to make an ARG. It's gonna fucking where there is none. Anyways, yes, that is what's going on. That's what's happening.
All right.
Tell me.
Oh, I love this shit.
Tell me about Marvel Rivals.
All right. Well, first of all,
are you allowed to?
Let's be really clear.
Are you allowed to?
Let's find out if I can tell you, if I can talk to you about Marvel Rivals. So, my Eld, a person who's in my streams quite often, sent me an alpha code. He applied via numerous emails, and he got 2 alpha codes for Marvel Rivals. So, my entrance into the Marvel Rivals alpha closed plate, whatever the fuck, is from a alpha test code with no restrictions, and I didn't sign anything.
Okay.
So I like occasionally on my stream I talk about, we don't really talk about it so much over here, but like we do sponsored streams and we get codes, and like there's a huge variation.
I think I know what you're gonna say. Yeah.
Of like specificity and requirements, right? So sometimes they will send you a code in the opening email and go, here, And I'm like, I've never even talked to you. I don't even know who you are. That's like the farthest extreme. Then there's like, hey, do you want one? And you go, yeah, and then go here. And then there's like every variation of that up to like I'll talk to people at Devolver. I'm like, can I get one? And like here. And if they send it too early, they sign you like you'll sign like a NDA or something that says like, don't stream it before such and such a date. And then there's a sponsored stream, and the sponsored stream will have like conditions of like, please don't talk about really crazy shit, or don't do drugs on camera, and you know, whatever, right? And then this Marvel Rivals alpha request code comes in, and the first red flag is that it's called a commitment requirement. Oh no, it's called a commitment proposal. What, I sent it to you. What's it called? Commitment form. Commitment form, and it's an agreement of your commitment to Marvel Rivals.
Oh wait, you didn't sign anything, right? Okay, I was gonna say yeah. So therefore, this can go. This can.
Oh
be
yeah.
Okay,
And so remember, guys,
right.
This is really important. This is really important. Like, you're not bound by an agreement that you didn't sign. By seeing the agreement, you're not bound by anything in it.
Okay.
Right?
So I thought, because there's a thing too when you're talking about just getting the code or whatever outright from in the emails, there's a thing where sometimes without saying or asking or writing any of that, there will be a time where we'll be like, hey, so I'm going to talk about this game that I played. It was #sponsored. Therefore, use your own judgment accordingly as you're hearing about my sponsored opinions on whatever. And there's other times where it's been like, yes, this podcast is sponsored by Fallout 76. Anyway, in the news, holy shit, Fallout 76, right? And that'll happen too. But
and like sometimes they have non-disparagement, but the non-disparagement clauses in those are like written fairly clearly. It's like, hey, don't take this sponsorship if you're planning to just shit all over the game for 2 hours. How about that? Right? Which is like, okay, that's fairly reasonable.
And then there's these terms.
So Marvel Rivals comes down, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing because, well, I mean, somebody else probably put it up there. But the long and short of it is that in the Marvel Rivals thing, it's like, hey, under anti-disparagement, it includes, please don't have a negative subjective review of the game. And there's no dates on the
how
agreement.
Long? For how long are you allowed
to? There's no times. There's not a single time-based number anywhere on the agreement, which means it would be forever.
Please don't say anything bad about this game for the rest of your life.
It also has you can't oh god, it's got so much shit in it. It's also got like please don't disparage any of the properties in Marvel Rivals. So that would conceivably include like talking shit about Spider-Man.
Right.
And then at the very bottom, they're like, hey, listen, also there's legal liability. So if we decide that you injured Marvel's brand, you agree to be financially responsible for restitution of those damages as decided by us.
Which is not the usual. If you break this clause, then we can walk and not work with you anymore.
99% of the time,
go our separate ways.
The thing is like, hey, did you, like 99% of the time, even for a sponsored thing, it goes, hey, did you break this agreement? Then we're all going to walk away and we're not going to pay you because you didn't do the thing we wanted you to do.
And we're probably not going to work with you again.
Yeah, we'll never work for you. This one is like, listen, never talk bad about the game or any Marvel products, but also it's forever. And if you do, and if we think you hurt our feelings, then maybe we'll sue you a little bit.
Don't make disparaging comparisons to competitors is particularly wild in this instance when the game itself looks so much like its competitors down to the fonts. It's like inviting so much comparison of all games. Like if it was something brand new and original in every possible way, that'd be one thing. But they know exactly what they're doing.
Hey, I want to point out to a gentleman in the chat saying Pat definitely misread it. No, I did not. It's very clear, and everyone is in general agreement of the weirdness behind this contract. So here's the fun part. So the way that you got this was that you would join the Marvel Rivals Discord, and then they would see if you're a content creator, and they put you in like a special little channel, right? And then they'd be like, "Hey, we're gonna send out these contracts, right?" So they start to send them out, and something starts to happen that I've never seen in a creator Discord. Like, I'm part of the Capcom creator Discord. I think you are also, Wooly. Like, everyone in the content creator chat starts going, if I'm gonna sign this, are you guys reading this? And some people are like, not yet. Why? They're like, I don't know. This seems like a lot.
So I joined when it was announced, and then like I filled out the initial like, I want to try out the alpha. And then when the second round of like fill out this info stuff came in is when I was out of town. So I just missed that and didn't end up going any further into it.
Yeah. There was so one of the things I don't think anyone's mentioned is that part of the requirements is that you had to fulfill like a Marvel branding guide. And the Marvel branding guide is 2 full pages of the way the logo has to look on the page and how you can't have so Wooly, people watching the video version of the podcast and can see Wooly's screen, one of the requirements was no visible non-Marvel brands on screen.
I got that shit for whatever. I forgot which stream. We got one of those for one stream, and I was like, never again. This is just not worth it. It's just not worth it. I can't deal with that level of headache on pulling out the ruler and screen capping the logo on stream.
Don't sign that.
But also, so the alpha, if you just get in, no
restrictions of any kind,
then it's whatever. You can just like.
So here's like kind of a bummer,
man.
So this is one of those things where smaller content creators are being used as free advertising, right? So we're all kind of advertising when we play in LP games, but this is like actually like reach out to smaller content creators and have them be like a free advertising team because they can't disagree or they can't talk shit if they want access. And the stupidest part about all this is that we're talking about it and how scummy it looks. Game's pretty good.
Looked like it would be. That's what got my interest.
It's got tons of juice. It looks and sounds fantastic, and the way that the characters all interact is super interesting. And having like Spider-Man have like web swing, which is like feels like Spider-Man 2's Spider-Man level of distance. Like when Spider-Man wants to leave, he is just gone.
So no need to unleash the list of disparaging phrases. Fauxverwatch, bootleg Overwatch, mid AF.
It's
Hulk got
in
no ass.
Closed alpha. It is not done. There's stuff that needs some work. Some of the sound is not perfect. Like it's hard to tell the difference between certain people shooting this and some of the acceleration and the aiming is not perfect and this and that, and the characters aren't perfectly balanced. But like it's a really strong closed alpha, and I had a really good experience playing it. So somebody asks, not familiar with the lore, what the fuck is juice, Wooly?
Juice is a term that was used. I mean, there was a GDC talk about it, but essentially, it's that little bit of extra flavor that you could put into your game to make it feel good when you do something. So there's a whole long talk about watching someone make Pong, and Pong is just knocking the balls back and forth, but adding that little impact, adding that little extra animation, the little bounce that wobbles, the little, animation that starts a little slow and then speeds up, and you can add and add and add to it, make a game full of things that make your brain go, ooh, when you see it. We call that juice.
The game's got plenty of juice. It feels good. It looks good. It sounds mostly good. I got into matches, no problem. The connection was stable. It didn't fall apart. I like the art style.
Juice is not sauce. Sauce
Sauce is different.
Sauce is different. Sauce is open-ended, free-form ability to do a lot with your character and express yourself in a way that is wildly open-ended and like massively. The potential is huge.
This is a massive bummer because like the game's cool and I'm still looking forward to the game, but I'm not going to be working with NetEase on this in the future.
If it's a good
game, I like money.
But it's like if game good, you could just leave it alone, right? And it's like I think it looks like you're aping your Overwatch, but if game fun with character do cool thing, then people would have been just like, yeah, fine.
It's absolutely bootleg Overwatch. Like absolutely.
Just the
but it's got Tony Man in it. And I like to play as Tony Man, so there you go.
All you had to do was leave it alone.
Now somebody said they're walking it back on Twitter. I want to be really clear.
I did see that. Unless
they send you a new contract that invalidates the old contract, it doesn't matter if they walk it back on Twitter. You're still bound by the thing you sign.
Whatever public-facing tweet or so is not the thing you sign. So this is NetEase, so that means there's going to be a horrendous micro thing coming in the background.
So I can tell you what the micro thing is. I can tell you what it is. You ready? Because it's already in the game.
Okay.
Part of their balancing idea, there's a little symbol, a little like yellow like hexagon thing on top of some of the characters, and you click on Hulk and it's like, for this week Hulk has 15% more defense, or you'll click on Rocket and it'll be like Rocket currently has 20% more attack power.
It's not just cosmetic,
and these will rotate around
over
time.
Ew.
So what's going to be
fucking gross. I hate that.
It's going to be free to play. It's going to be free to play, and you're going to buy characters. And this week, the character is stronger than next week. So if you want to be at the top of the leaderboard, you're just going to have to get every character.
So there's no the game is always in some weird fucking state of non-stability. Oh my god. Why? Like, you just can't leave it alone. I was fully expecting, the deepest cuts from old Marvel comic levels pulls, but for exorbitant amounts of money, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, Jeff the Land Shark is apparently going to be in there. I don't even know who that is.
I can't even begin. But like, I'm preparing, for the idea of like, you want your special, or not even the deepest cuts, just like, hey, you want your Weapon X Wolverine skin, shell out money for it, You want your Gray Hulk or your Red Hulk.
There too. There's like a Cowboy Rocket.
Oh man, it's a buff. That's, yeah. Okay.
So that's Marvel Rivals. It's cool, but it remains to be seen if it stays cool.
Who'd you play as?
Everybody, at least once.
Okay.
It's funny that Hulk is Diva. So like Hulk starts as Banner.
Oh,
but you have your ult right away.
Okay.
And turn into Hulk.
Okay.
And then when you get killed, you turn back into Banner. Yeah. And then you have to get killed again.
Right. Okay.
But if you get your ult as Hulk, you get to turn into Monster Hulk, which is the shit-headed Hulk that causes problems. And you can do the grab and throw that he does to Loki in Avengers, and it kills people.
The slam. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, so this is not that this is okay, so here's the problem is it's like this is going to be forever plagued by there's a good game here, just leave it alone, and they won't leave it alone.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, absolutely.
Like if it was all ignorable, like shit's whack, forget it, then it is what it is.
Like Loki is like one of the most interesting support characters I've ever seen. because Loki puts little visions of himself that shoot, right? And
Mirage.
he places them. Yeah, little mirages. But he can place a ton of them. I think it's like 5 or 6. And he can just teleport to any of them at any time and switch positions. So like Loki is everywhere on the map, and he could just be the real Loki at any time. It's really interesting.
Do the clones require a line of sight?
No, well, yeah, they do. No, wait, with Loki, no, they don't. He just can teleport to anybody.
Oh wow, okay. How's Doctor Strange?
Weird. He's like a flying tank, but his main thing is that one of his abilities is he makes the big portal, and the portal works both ways, and you can fire projectiles through it.
Okay.
It's awesome.
Because yeah, I guess I was wondering if he would be was it Zenyatta?
Zendaya?
Not no.
Zendaya the robot.
No,
Isn't that the character?
No. Yes, Zenyatta. But it's more what you're describing sounds, I guess, is that more Symmetra or so?
Well, he shoots a projectile and then has to cash out with like a burst, or else he like pops. Basically, he goes in like a poison state.
Okay. And I'm sure seeing your character third person doing cool shit must be really cool too, right?
It is.
Yeah, hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, that's
the meddling will continue.
Probably
Indefinitely.
I foresee them.
Thank you, Netties.
I foresee them cooking a lot of frogs in a pot slowly with that game.
But they've got the IP, so they can do it.
It's the one people like. People like that IP. Let's see what else I play. I started playing Stellar Blade. Notable recipient of petitions about censored goon clothing. Some of which I've unlocked.
You unplugged your Ethernet cable and stayed offline so that it wouldn't get patched, right?
So you know what's really funny about people doing that is that the game's 1.0 release on disc without the patch has like really fucked up parry timing.
Oh.
And it makes the game like way worse.
Oh no.
Also, it's extra stupid because the very first costume in the game is the character completely head to toe naked.
Just completely naked. Yeah.
But it makes the game harder. It's like a hard mode
because you have no protection.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna get the goon shit out of the way. Yeah, on like 2 of the outfits that she's wearing like a bra underneath it, the slutty dress or whatever. The character's got a fucking skin tight latex Cardi B looking music video shit, or like a fucking bunny costume and tits and ass and gooning all over.
Shift up jiggles.
This game's censorship is so ridiculous. It's so fucking stupid.
The physics engine fully in check.
Also, of specific note, despite the look of the characters being super sexy, the actual content of the game is so sexless and sterile. Like, none of the characters have any chemistry with each other. There's nothing like. It's like a lot of that's in regards to the terrible English voice acting. I thought the game was being translated badly until Gene Park, friend of the show, remarked that the dialogue also makes no sense in Korean.
The original.
It actually is just written really badly. And characters are talking to each other like. It feels like The Room.
Okay.
It feels like characters are in the room with big asses.
I have not seen a single other character besides the titular big ass.
Yeah.
That
would be Eve. She's an angel.
Are there others? Are there other jiggles occurring? Or okay.
there are other characters, and if you want to really have your head spin, there's Adam. He's a man, and there's also Lily. She's a lady. And all of them, they're all 3D modeled. They all look like they're from different games.
Oh.
They legitimately look like their proportions and style look like they are from completely different games. It is so weird. It is strange.
Is Adam greased up and jiggling too?
No, Adam is Nathan Drake if he was Chinese.
Okay.
Like, you remember the here's your photo if you're black or Chinese guy?
No.
Oh, you don't remember that? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, somebody threw a fucking filter on Nathan Drake.
Okay.
And that's who Adam is. And Lily is small and cute and has a weirdly giant head and a facial design that doesn't mix with the rest of the. It's so goddamn weird. The story is complete nonsense. Like me sitting there going, I don't know what these people are talking about. Characters are teleporting into dialogue cutscenes and then teleporting away when their lines are done. It is a jank ass fucking PS2 game in its story and narrative presentation. But it actually plays really well and is a really solid Sekiro-like.
Am I off? I'm looking at Lily, like maybe it's just a bit of some parts of the costume, but like aren't there like Kingdom Hearts characters that look kind of like this?
Yeah, she looks like Kairi.
Right, or stuff like that, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a really good Sekiro-like with solid gameplay and interesting ideas and good feel and a good difficulty curve and great graphics. Gene, when I started my stream, said, imagine Nier Automata with a way worse story and way better gameplay. It really feels like just putting your foot on the scales and just pushing it down towards gameplay.
So yeah, the Sekiro comparison that you mentioned before too. Like, so I looking at this thought it was like going to be all Nier, but I guess a significant portion of that is also Sekiro, like in the Venn diagram overlap.
I mean, you parry things and they have a posture bar.
Posture bar, okay.
Like
so the rhythm of combat is going in like that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So and the enemy designs are all really, really interesting. They're all like nightmarish flesh beasts. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, it's a fucking PS2 game kicked into the future. Terrible story. Awful story.
So I can't tell. That's why I'm like, I can't tell if like, is Yoko Taro just really humble or is Yoko Taro currently gooning?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, because it could be that too. He could just be, we caught him in the middle of it, you know.
Oh, also the people who did Nier's music are doing the music for Stellar Blade.
Well, wow.
And so it sounds just like Nier.
Jesus.
Also.
Okay.
And the intro of the game is the start of Nier. And the first area is a destroyed city that looks like the Nier city.
Okay. And I'm looking at Tachi.
It's not subtle. It's not subtle.
Yeah, Tachi could just be a King of Fighters Maximum Impact character, really.
Yeah.
Like, sure. Okay.
But yeah, no, it's a really cool game. It's extremely weird. The story is very bad. I'm probably gonna keep playing it. The wide variety of outfits to dress up your even.
Can you are you dressing up and doing hairstyle changing and full on top to bottom makeover?
I have done the side quest to change my hair, but I did not turn it in yet. I think the funniest thing about all the censorship thing is that like the single best costumes I found in the entire game have the girl covered up from chin to foot. like
Oh.
ankle to neck.
So that's the thing is after playing the other shift up game that is Nico, and my take being give me the grunts in their big old body armor and shit because like they look way cooler. I would not be surprised if some of the cosmetics in this that I am gravitating towards is similarly techy and like somewhat covered. If you can find me some body armor with the abs out, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's roll.
I don't think she has much that has her stomach showing. I'm seeing a couple people
or a cool helmet
taking a moral stand because they'll get it later when it's uncensored, and I can't. I don't. It's so tiring. It's so tiring. Like go ahead and put your name and video on the petition, please. Thank you. I saw somebody break down the podcast where we made fun of that, and they paraphrased the whole thing as "you look like your opinion is a really mean thing to say."
Yeah.
It is a mean thing to say, but it's also really funny.
I mean, didn't you just threaten to suck some dude's dick like an hour ago?
I didn't threaten it.
You threatened to suck a dick, dude.
I didn't threaten nobody. I surmised.
Right, Yeah. I mean, Punch Mom, when I was telling her about how fucking sick Hades 2 is, she was like, "Oh wait, like I saw something about that. Wasn't that something where there was like a character who people got mad because her face is too masculine or some shit?" And I'm like, "What? I didn't hear about that." And she's like, "Yeah, there's this whole thing." And I'm like, "The naked woman that's just super naked? What are we talking about?"
Removed her cheekbones and put lipstick on her because they decided that Aphrodite in Hades 2 looked too naked.
Manly. Like, what are we talking? All right.
I don't know. These people just keep getting more and more ridiculous. We have hit the status in which like I've actually seen takes of having sex with women is actually secretly gay. So
I've caught that. I've caught that.
You caught that one.
Yeah.
All the way around.
PIV is gay, dude. Man, come on.
Yeah, man. The straightest thing to do is to fuck another man. Absolutely, do it. It's the only way.
I just I don't understand. As someone who can absolutely trust me, I can appreciate. Anyway, all right.
It's just so tiring. And let's see, what else did I do? I've been playing FF7 Rebirth. Have you been playing FF7 Rebirth at all?
According to the Square Enix news this week, I have not.
Okay, yeah. Boy, that game's fucking gigantic.
Okay. I've been catching wind of a couple people that are saying too big. Because I heard at least 2 or 3 other people say that like they kind of took a break because it's really too much.
So I've done 11 streams and I made it to the Golden Saucer and did all the Golden Saucer mini games, only to be told by a majority of my audience that I am literally not even halfway through the game.
A spirit breaker. Yep.
So I took like a 5-week break because of various circumstances in the trip. That's probably too big. So in my FF14 buddies, they pretty much all played FF7 Rebirth, and like I saw almost every single one describe I got to the second to last and last area and just completely stopped doing all side content entirely. Just like, and these are people who play an MMO.
Man, okay. Wow. And it's like there's a lot in the side content, at least from remake, that is like, might lead you to something cool. You might get a summon, you might get a fucking fun little piece of lore, here and there and stuff. Like,
Like, you don't.
It's weird that I'm catching that.
You don't have to do all of the side content. Like, I was talking to my chat yesterday during Stellar Blade, and I'm like, listen, as somebody who must do all the side content before moving onward to Z's, I feel like it is genuinely, like, kind of unfair to look at a game and be like, oh, damn it, it's taking so long. Oh, I hate it. It's like, then don't do the side shit.
So, yeah, there's
FF7 Rebirth, the shit you get out of side quests is so minimal to your overall character strength and requirements. It's not necessary.
There's a point you can absolutely get to where if you do it and you're like, my enjoyment of this game is going down by trying to scrape all of these, you do have to make a call sometimes and be like, yeah, no, fuck this. The only problem is, what if that one you're choosing to not do is the one that has the cool sick thing at the end?
Luckily enough, Wooly, someone in the chat says, but you don't know which side quests have stuff in them.
Which one's worth it?
Guess what? You do know. There's an entire type of side quest called proto-relic side quests.
Oh.
That's the ones that have the stuff in them.
Okay.
That's the one.
Hold that
That's
thought.
strange that just my camera has gone off.
Hold that thought. You are frozen in the stop time.
Oh, man.
Let's see if we can see
what's
going on.
Why do I keep stopping in the frozen time? Oh, it's on your end. Because I turned off the camera and that.
Okay, BRB.
Oh, no.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, so yeah, you really don't have to do
All of it.
most of the side content if you don't want to. In fact, you don't have to do any of it.
And what are the good ones called, you said?
Proto Relics.
Okay.
There's also Queen's Blood, which is the card game, which you can completely ignore.
Yes.
And then some side quests are associated with party members.
Well, Queen's Blood's good, though, right?
What's that? It's great.
Card game good, yeah.
And if you want to have a certain party member for the date at the Gold Saucer, then do their side quest that is associated with them. You don't have to do any of the VR battle missions or anything like that. It's like,
yeah,
the game's really well tuned. If you do all the side content, you're like 10% stronger than you would be otherwise.
But I can get that. Like, if you're playing it the same way you played Remake, where you could just do it all and then move on to the main, it didn't exhaust you. It was like, Remake was big, but it felt like things...
this is like 5 times the size of Remake.
That's it. Like, it didn't feel as if you were like hitting any. I know there's no point in Remake where I was like getting super frustrated at it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like it's a strange complaint considering like they're splitting FF7 up into 3 games. And so like you kind of want to make sure that that feels fair. And this is like one of the largest RPGs I've ever played. Mm-hmm. So like, yeah, no, I don't feel like you're fucking me on this one. Even if you just beelined everything, it would still be a fairly large RPG.
I was going to say, it's not downtime, right? It's not like you're wasting time for like traveling or other things where there's not much going on. It's all
you're
stuff.
Just bang, bam, 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 bam.
Okay.
Yeah, no, and the other thing is that the gameplay is actually a lot of fun. Like, so I don't mind doing all of it. Yeah, it's great. I think that game's fantastic. I'll get back to you in 2 years when I finish it. Okay. Oh, you know what? There is something I want to talk about. If you kept up with FF7 Remake, you would probably assume that there would be a gameplay switch up that happens periodically in FF7 Rebirth, where you would maybe play as a different character for certain lengths of time. Mm-hmm. And oh my fucking god, do they drip feed the shit out of you with that. I cannot believe how little of that there is.
Really?
I have played the game for close to 40 hours and done maybe half an hour of playing as a different character.
Huh. Yeah, I thought that would be pretty fucking front-loaded too.
And they swap back and have you like watch one cutscene and go, "We're done here."
Wow.
And you're like, "What? Really?" It feels
odd.
like the Laguna sections.
Okay.
But less. It's zany as fuck.
You know what? Actually, I won't ask. I was going to say, like, well, yeah, never mind. Well, I'll see.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. You don't ask me that question. Nope. I won't tell you an answer.
There you go.
There's also here and there, but the main thing I want to talk about, I played more backlog 2 weeks ago. I didn't talk about it. There were like 15 games I played. I'm not going to talk about 14 of them, but I am going to talk about a visual novel, which is like a terrible pick for the rotate a wheel and play the game for an hour format, which is thus incredible that I played Paranormasight 7 Mysteries of Honjo and accidentally played it for nearly 3 hours.
Now that's a fucking title.
One of the worst titles I have ever encountered. Terrible.
Paranormasight. Wow.
So
art looks cool.
It does look cool. It also it's a visual novel, but it's still like it pops really well.
Yeah.
The auto speed, is the perfect auto speed for reading. It assumes you are reading all of it out loud, and it's just perfectly timed. I really like the dialogue. I liked reading the dialogue. It also has sections in which like you're standing somewhere and you have to like do a 360 and you have control of your character that way and can do that kind of thing, look around and click on things.
It looks like Hotel Duskman is standing in 999.
A little bit. Of note is the game's core
Mechanic?
premise, which is the 7 mysteries of Honjo, or some neighborhood down in Tokyo, and there's a lot of cursed and haunted shit, and you're hanging out with a friend of yours whom you accidentally kill with your stand powers as it manifests.
Oh.
It's called a curse given you by a cursed item. It's a stand power. And you embark on a journey to kill enough people with your stand in order to bring them back to life. And along the way, you will encounter other cursed people who are other stand users, and so on and so forth.
But this is a visual novel, so you are
It's a visual novel.
Are text battling.
You are text battling, and the way that ends up working is that these are massively busted abilities. So the ability that the character gets within the first half hour is the ability to instantly kill anyone who walks away from them. And so when you are talking to people and having dialogue, you are trying to keep that on the down low while simultaneously trying to convince them to literally just walk away from you for 1 second.
Okay.
And you are running into other people who have shit that is just as busted while you're scrounging around Tokyo learning about old-fashioned, like, what's it called? What are those monsters? Yokais and ensuing mysteries. It's written really well. It's really exciting. It has a bunch of cool tricks associated with it being a video game that I don't want to talk about at all because they're big brain moments.
Oh, this is a Squeenix game.
Yep.
And it says developer Squeenix as well. Yep. So
I'd never heard of it until somebody recommended it to me.
I mean, this feels like it would be one of those like Murdered Soul Suspect style,
kinda
like out of nowhere things, but doesn't say any other studio.
It's great.
Okay.
It's fucking great.
Oh man, of course you got to have your Sadako style, like ghost girl, long black hair, white gown.
But it's stellar. I don't know where it's going. I don't know how long it is. But it's great. That's all. It's almost 13 Sentinels-y, in which like that's all I want to say because it does cool shit with its narrative.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like a DS game, man. That's what it is. It looks
or
like
maybe a Vita game.
That era of DS, fucking all of that. 100%. Interesting. Okay.
That's it for Pat. If you want to check out more of my stupid show, you can go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. It's mostly FF7 Rebirth this week. I gotta hang out with Gus in Corel Prison and get some money by chocobo racing, just like the olden days.
Oh man, incest.
Thursday morning, however, Yoshi P has decided that the fucking live letter for FF14 that will feature the new job trailer is gonna air at 4 a.m. Pacific. So come on down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt at 3:30 a.m. Pacific. So we can watch the job live letter.
Oh, dude, just watch the replay, man.
No. Do you know, Wooly? That ruins the pop, because here's what happens. Here's genuinely what happens with that kind of thing. You go, okay, I'll watch the replay, or I'll just watch the trailer later. And then before you can even get to it, you'll be hit with messages or visuals on wherever you have to go to watch it. That's like new thing, and like all of the actual presentation will be ruined.
I guess. Dude, I mean, we're different people. Makoto could be announced in trailer form for SF6 at 3 a.m. and I ain't doing that.
I don't know, Wooly. I saw you get up and walk to a store to buy a PS5 within 30 minutes of SF5. Sorry, PS4. Within 30 minutes of SF5 being announced for the fucking.
Oh yeah, but
PlayStation.
That's me getting something personally for my own shit to do. That's not streaming. That's not getting on camera and going. That's very different. I'm talking about content creation.
No, actually, no. It is the same, because whether or not I stream it, I'm getting up at 3:30 to watch this fucking thing.
Okay, regardless of what. Okay,
there's no way.
So
that's not going to happen.
So you might as well hit the button.
So I might as well turn the camera on.
Oh yeah, okay, I get it. Fair enough. There's a humongous difference.
And if I stream it, my wife will think I'm less stupid.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not that I hate content. It's call me J. Cole. I cherish my peace. I cherish my peace, y'all. That's it, man. Yeah.
Also of note, for next week's podcast, this week my mother-in-law is visiting, which means so we're talking to Paige's mom on the phone, and I'm like, I can't wait to hear crazy stories about when Paige was a little kid. And she busted out one of the funniest stories I've ever heard in my entire life about raising Paige as a child, that had both of us like crying, laughing, and just like, when you look over at somebody because they're talking to their parent and like, have they never told you this? And they're like, I've never heard this story once. It's just like that really good shit.
Was there an immediate like reach out to stop the story as it was coming? No.
She wanted to hear that story too.
Okay, because it could go either way, right? It could. There's the
because here's what happens, right? Because we have a baby now. Once you have the baby, all the really crazy baby stories that your parents were holding on to just start to spill out of them.
Right. You got to put a little bit of mustard in the bottle, you see.
It's wild. This is slightly different. It's wild how like your mom will just lie about what pregnancy was like. Like I talked to my mom and she told me, this was pregnant. And she always said, I loved being pregnant. It was the best time of my life. But then once Paige got pregnant, here come the real shit. Of like, my feet hurt so bad every day and I was vomiting constantly and it was probably the hardest experience I've ever had in my life, blah, blah, blah.
So I think we talked about it a bit before, but something I learned was from Punch Mom's friend when she was pregnant. She was describing how like she finds herself having a hard time remembering some of the shit she went through. And it turns out there's an actual phenomena of your body actually makes you forget the worst of it so that you don't feel traumatized to not do it again. Like it's crazy. I was having a conversation
with Paige about this and she's like, you know what? That was like, I felt really connected to the baby and it was like, it wasn't that hard. And I'm like, Paige, you were walking with a cane and you had diabetes. What do you mean it wasn't that hard? And she went, I'm watching her start to do it already.
Yeah. Your body gaslights you into thinking it wasn't that bad as a defense mechanism. That it's unbelievable. And she's like, she remembers and Punch Mom is talking with her friend and she's like, I have the texts of all of that. She's like, yeah, but when I think back on it, because her friend got pregnant the second time, and so as she's going into the second one, she's like, it wasn't that bad. I guess, she's ready to go for it. And it's crazy to see how quickly it does that, Man,
It's like gaslighting yourself. It's crazy.
that's real shit. Scary.
All right, so I'll have mother-in-law updates next week. Those will probably be pretty good.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we had big old weeks, so we had a lot. So let's
skip right to the news. Hey, if you work for Square Enix, you're fired.
Fucking hey, this is I guess the third time that it's like, hey, that could have been me. Could have been. It's just yeah. So Square Enix layoffs, US, Europe, as a part of a massive restructuring. They took investors call. And what's going on? FF16 sales fell short of expectations. FF7 Rebirth sales fell short of expectations. Foam Stars fell short of expectations. Remaining confident.
Yeah, Foam Stars fell short of Really? Did it?
Turns out, confident that 16 can achieve its original 18-month sales plan. Sales of Rebirth and Foam Stars aren't necessarily that bad, but reorganization and restructuring across the board. And one of the biggest takeaways is, Dragon Quest is still under development. Investors sell a bunch of shares, concerns about the pipelines, yada, yada. Stuff over the next few years is dicey. So massive commitment to multi-platform, big policy change. The exclusivity is pretty much dead with everything they're going to work on going forward. And they're going to be just treating PlayStation, Xbox, PC, Nintendo platforms as evenly as possible for releases, because I guess whatever the exclusivity they're getting paid was just not worth it. Everything fell short of its mark, apparently.
So you're fired. It's also screwed up because once again, hey, do you live in America? Out the door by the end of the day. Hey, do you live in Europe? I guess you'll get fired in a little bit. We'll talk about it. Do you live in Japan? No fired for you.
Protections. Yep. Do we have numbers? I don't know if we have numbers on the amount of people that have been laid off, but it's primarily US and UK based staff. Usually when this happens, I guess by next week, we'll probably know exactly how many people are affected. But yeah, no, it's just, hey, it's the same story again, another week.
Again. Oh, fun. So I didn't want to talk about this until I got confirmation from a second news source. But the Microsoft is also offering buyouts to a bunch of developers at their other internal studios.
Oh, okay.
So if they don't hit the numbers on those buyouts, more layoffs coming.
Big fan of, like, immediately after last week's episode 2, that was when we got the, like, damn, we need more games like Hi-Fi Rush. like fucking
I think that is like the ultimate proof that Hi-Fi Rush was supposed to die. Like, they wrote that company off like before that game even came out.
I retweeted a good tweet from I want to say it's Maisie O Dorchide. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. But things that will no longer keep you safe in this industry: a good game, a profitable game, a viral game, a big publisher, a small publisher, a big team, a small team, a rich parent company, an ethical parent company, experience, long hours, sacrifice. Like, it just doesn't, nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Nothing matters. It doesn't matter. All the things that would have been like, oh, well, maybe that. Being a C-suite exec, however, that's a different story. Okay.
So there's a fucking people are diving deep on Matt Booty right now, and of note is the Double Fine documentary. Came out, where there's a part of it where Matt Booty is explaining to Double Fine employees how they need to stop moonlighting and having ideas that aren't owned by the company, and everyone just looks like they're going to kill themselves.
I mean, Yeah, I've mentioned before, like talking to people on dev teams that have been like speaking, that have had conversations with their supervisors that have just been like, this is completely insane, obviously, but because it's the policy, whatever you got to do, just make sure I don't see or hear it, and that'll be all, right? We'll just never have this conversation again, and we're fine.
So it also came out or reminded people that Microsoft passed on GTA 3 way back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they passed on GTA 3, RE4
as an exclusive.
Yeah, Spider-Man, Genshin Impact, and thus all subsequent Chinese phone stuff.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's like... So like, they passed on Baldur's Gate 3 too. They passed on motion controls for the Wii.
Oh my God. How were they winning the 360 era? Like, how did that actually? I mean, we know how, but
the PS3 was incredibly hard to develop.
Yeah, we know how, and then the price point and the like, etc. But it's like, yeah, there was no way they were going to hold on to that. Like, in retrospect, it's fucking crazy. Oh my god!
So I saw somebody point out that if the warranty hadn't got extended on the Red Ring, they would have exited the fucking generation then. Could you imagine if they had not extended the warranty for Red Ring?
Everyone's console was dead.
No one would have ever played Xbox ever again.
All your fuck you. No, yeah. Yeah. Mid generation.
So so they're doing, so I gotta leave in a second to feed the dog. But I'll be back, obviously. But before I do, I want to point out that, like, so these guys are balancing their budget on like a 90-day schedule. Like, oh, Arcane and Hi-Fi Rush were going to start new games and that costs money. Cut it. Double Fine and Obsidian are going to ship games and then want to start new games. Like they can only do this like 5 more times and then they will have like fired every studio. Oh, Ninja Theory's fucking dead in like a month.
Like, I was just gonna say, dude, Hellblade. I do.
You mean the game they're not advertising, just like Hi-Fi Rush?
I really liked Hellblade. I want Hellblade 2, and man,
like it's crazy. It's absolutely, like, you can't, like,
next Tuesday.
Yeah, it's coming out this Tuesday. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay.
So right. I saw somebody surmise that their idea is to buy up a lot of video game companies and close them down so that there's no more games, and that gets them the money. I don't know. I like,
dude, after I learned about that fucking Embracer tech of the sacrificial lamb that you can slaughter and put all your sins on and make God kill, like smite that one, I didn't know that was tech.
I don't know.
That's news to me. All right.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right.
The only way to not get fired by working in the games industry is to stop working in the games industry.
Yes. Or if you get lucky and you made something cool, it might not get taken away from you and stolen. You might, if you get lucky, get it back. So we reported a couple months ago, maybe weeks, Adult Swim Games was shutting down, and there goes all the Adult Swim games. Goodbye. Fuck you.
There was a lot of confusion as to what was going to happen there.
Some good news. It seems that in Warner Brothers shutting it down, they've reached out to all the creators and the devs of the games, and they are returning control to the original developers. So games like Duck Game and anything else that was published under Adult Swim is just going to go right back to the devs, and they'll be able to, I guess, do whatever they want, re-upload or resell or do whatever anywhere.
So, it's so fucked because somebody in the chat said, "Oh, finally some good news." This isn't good news.
Woo, the bare minimum.
This is neutral, non-news. But because it's so fucked lately, I guess it is.
Hooray, they didn't steal all the work from the people that made the things and then destroy them forever.
It's like me
salting the earth.
It's like me going outside and be like, "Thank goodness I didn't get hit by lightning today." And you go, "But what? That you're not supposed to." I'm like, "Yeah, well, a lot of people in my neighborhood get hit by lightning, like a lot."
Yeah, well, it turns out that you signed a deal that forced you to wear a fucking antenna on your head.
Oh, I shouldn't have signed that. Shouldn't have signed that.
Yeah. So great. That's nice. That's a whole lot of games that, so Duck Game, Samurai Zero was under them as well, I want to say, and a whole list of shit. So as all the Warner Brothers shutdown and fallout occurs, just destroying a bunch of indie devs' ability to, fucking own their work for no reason would have just been the most callous nonsense regardless. So that's cool. And it's great to see. It's great when, perhaps you can say it's an unforeseen issue is then corrected, like Helldivers 2, Sony did pull back and say, "Hey,
did they?
Hey,
wait, hold on."
They pulled back and they said, "Hey guys, we heard you. we heard what we saw, and we're gonna make it so that it is not mandatory to sign in to PSN anymore." So, good news, everyone. Everyone, good news.
Okay, so what if I live in the 177 countries that are I can't play Helldivers? Can I play it?
Go fuck yourself. Eat shit. Fuck you. Too bad. Go cry. So sad.
Not only did they not roll that back, they added 3 more countries
to the
ban list.
Because there was 177 countries that also were and it blocked in the initial list, but 180 were blocking Ghost of Tsushima. That was a Steam issue. So Steam's initial rollout was supposed to be the 180, so they automatically updated it to include the extra 3. So what we do is we actually say you don't have to sign up for PSN anymore, but all those other countries where you could have bought the game, we just said you can't buy it there anymore. So,
I don't understand.
So the same thing from last week, which is only 9% of Super Earth can actually play the game. Yes, in fact, that's correct. But what about all the people that, we don't care. We literally do not care. We will simply make it so that it is not available for sale in those territories.
I've seen something this week that I really don't like. And so I'm not sure if you're aware, but a game called Animal Well came out this week. And apparently it's fantastic. Apparently it's stellar. I haven't played it myself, but apparently everyone I've seen who's played it has been raving about it. And it's done by Donkey, the YouTuber Donkey, his publishing company.
Yeah, Donkey
that's the first
game.
Okay,
I heard about that because he announced he's making his own small publishing thing. And yeah.
So you cut yourself off, but you actually started to say the phrase, "Oh, Donkey made that game."
No, I didn't. No. I knew he was a publisher. I wasn't going to say that.
Sorry. I thought you were saying that. But this week, when we've been talking about how fucked up Microsoft is as the publisher and Sony now, I have seen just a cavalcade of shit on social media like, "Oh, that's that game Donkey made."
Oh yeah, no, that's fucking
like, no, he saw a good one and he published it with money.
In fact, didn't
make it.
We just talked last week about how there's the post that was like, here are the platforms that tell you who the publisher and developer are. Here are the platforms where they hide the developer and don't list them, so you just see the publisher.
Absolutely deserves credit for seemingly picking a diamond out of the rough and picking a good one to publish it, but the man didn't make it. That's not what publishers do.
Yeah.
Somebody points out the IGN quote about Warren Spector is incredible, which is Warren Spector says, games are a team effort. I don't think you can assign, responsibility to any one person. And then end quote. And then it goes, Warren Spector, creator of Deus Ex.
Oh,
without
that
irony,
tasty morsel.
Without irony at all.
Oh, that's delicious. That's really, really, really good. Yeah. Okay. No, it is quite like it's something that's interesting because like I feel like I never thought about that, but it's definitely something I noticed where you'll go to like when you're browsing like the Wii Shop or so, and it'll just be like, here's this game, Square Enix, and you're like, and who, and just don't, shut up, who cares, Square, shut up, don't worry about it. So
there's a minor update from the CEO of Helldivers.
Besides we want the game to be playable everywhere, this sucks.
No, there's that. This is still mostly that, but he actually explains why more countries were added to the ban. It's actually Steam's fault.
That's what I said that.
I'm sorry.
Yes, they were supposed to make it 180 countries like they did for
with Ghost of Tsushima. You just said that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Anyway, I had something new.
So yeah, it sucks. It's stupid. It's just the ultimate like, oh, never mind. So now remember the campaign that was like, all right, Helldivers, it's time to reverse those downvotes, and it's
put them back.
That's like the flag is rising, and there's like, oh no, shove it back in, shove the flag back in. Okay, no, pull it out again. Pull it out, rise the flag. Oh, God. Just, where are we going with this flag, man? Half mast. Open the gates, close the gates. Open the gates a little bit. It's so stupid to just actually be like, we're sorry you got mad at us for fucking over everyone who paid money for the games. The servers in those countries will still be up, and people who are playing will still be able to play there, because you bought it and you played, but anyone else, fuck you, because PSN too important.
It's so fucking stupid, because I was like, hey man, I really don't want to play Helldivers anymore. This is a bummer. And then they fixed it. I was like, oh man, this makes me feel really good about Helldivers. And now I'm right back to like, I don't think I'm ever going to play Helldivers ever again.
I can't believe the level of like, you really just don't care about the income that you can make from 180 countries on planet Earth. Like that's so insane to me in this time when we're talking about closing.
It's more important that I get my way.
We're talking about the shutdowns, the firings, the closings, all the decision making, and it's like the entire planet. You're quadrupling down now. And going, it's just that important to get a PSN sign up.
I think what we're seeing, Wooly, is from both Microsoft and Sony, is there are people who work there whose entire careers rest on the number of subscriptions going up. And part of the push to PC, I suspect that one of the reasons they started to put games out on PC has nothing to do with selling games.
What
is just to increase the number of PSN members.
So we theorized when we saw the Death Stranding and Horizon coming to PC just in time for the updates or the sequels or whatever, as a like, oh, this is a way of advertising the new version of the game coming out, right?
Yeah. And also PC versions can take a while.
Sure. But you would then therefore assume that if you're going to maximize the game's availability, you're trying to recoup as much as you can on a port to make more money, right? Is that not what we're trying to do?
The general gist of the idea of like making an account for this has been, so we saw it for EA, we saw it for Ubisoft, we saw it for everybody, which is like, hey, they have to make an EA account that's an Origin account on Steam to play our games. And if they already have an Origin account, then that means they're more likely to go to Origin and buy games there. And I think we have seen conclusively for every attempt on this idea that doesn't work at all, and results in nothing. And the only thing it helps is the quarter that you institute that the signups for your service have increased.
Yep. Exactly. Yes. There's a period of time where the metric of signups to the service is worth more than a sale of the game. It is worth.
Maybe they're going to buy a PlayStation and buy all their games on PlayStation 5, right?
And a full price purchase of the game means less than you signing up with your email onto this account. Yeah, absolutely. It's the only way to make it make sense. There's no other way where you're throwing away everyone that wants to play these games in these places for
this is a bit back to Microsoft, but it's all kind of connected. Microsoft bought Bethesda and Activision Blizzard for maybe a combined total of $80 billion. Right now, people can point out that the net revenue of like Candy Crush is like $1 billion a year, and the net revenue of Call of Duty can be like $2 billion. But like, I don't think there's enough money in the games business for Microsoft to make that money back, because look at like Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto 5 has made like, I don't know, what is it, like 10 billion? 9 billion over like 11 years and 3 generations.
Sure.
You would need like a Grand Theft Auto 5 level success that took place entirely in 1 year, every year for 10 years.
See,
like that money doesn't exist.
Like, remember when it was like, we talk about the old days of like the Capcom tests and the things where it's like, hey, this Devil May Cry sold more than any other in the franchise previously ever. It eclipsed the last one by double. Fell short of expectations. Failure. Right?
Oh, Square says they fell. We talked about that before.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, they won't tell us what their expectations are.
Right? So now we're in this world where you're like, okay, what are these ethereal nonsense numbers that they're holding up for each of these games? And you're like, are we actually living in a world where they're opening up a fucking chart and they're looking at like goals for each of these games and going, you know what? Fortnite beat us. That's a failure. You know what?
Oh, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I spoke to one Wooly Madden long time ago.
Whoa, what did he have to say?
He had to say, I'm like, Wooly, what the fuck is going on with Tomb Raider? Why are they adding multiplayer to this shit? Why are they spending so much money on this marketing? And he told me, well, you see, Pat, if we add $10 million of marketing and we add whatever the fuck the multiplayer costs, we can multiply that amount by some imaginary fucking number. And at the end, it equals how much money we're gonna make. We're gonna make that much because we put this much, and now you can multiply it.
It's like Balatro.
And I said, that seems fucking stupid, Wooly. And you went, yeah.
It's like Balatro. You just get the Joker malt up and then malt up.
Like, where is Microsoft gonna get these $5 billion a year games when they're closing all their studios?
I mean, you said it at the beginning, and I was like, yeah, we don't know what those goals were. We don't know what those numbers are.
Do you remember Phil Spencer like 2 years ago talking about how cool it would be to buy Nintendo? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
He was like, maybe it'd be hard for them to see that the best future is with us on our hardware. What?
The Nintendo that made more money than they ever have in their entire lifetime with just the Switch.
So here's what I see happening. Do you know how? So I described the Microsoft situation as Microsoft is trying to buy itself out of the problem of not being able to buy themselves out of their problems by buying themselves out of a problem. I have a very my idea. They are going to close down Double Fine and Obsidian, and when they do that, they're going to buy another developer. They're going to try and buy Capcom or Konami or some other fucking largish Japanese developer. And that's going to save them.
I wonder if we even hear about moves like that. Like attempts at that. I wonder if we even hear about that.
I have spoken to someone that told me that they tried to talk to Capcom and Square Enix a couple of years ago.
Yes, absolutely. Not even remotely surprising. But
they were like politely pushed out of the office.
Yes. No, yeah. Full on Balmer suck my balls era, like but I don't expect like that to make the front line page news, when that shit goes down. Hilariously so. Yeah.
You know what? Watch him try and buy Sega. Watch that.
Man, it's so wild when we were in that era when I was there, and it was like, oh man, the Japanese game industry is struggling right now. The West is taking over.
Well, that era's done.
And it's just like
they had their fucking shot and they blew it.
But part of that is also just by virtue of the current industry in Japan is not being fired at record rates because there's protections against that are stopping.
I don't think we've ever even gone into it on the podcast, but you know what Microsoft's biggest problem, bigger than all of this, is their refusal to hire people full time. Microsoft will only put contractors on projects for the majority of roles. So Halo Infinite was mostly staffed by a rotating set of 18-month-long contract workers, which is why parts of that game came out so fucked up. I think Square Enix talked about how back on the Xbox, no, it wasn't Square Enix, it was Hironobu Sakaguchi at Mistwalker, said he had to create a fake shell company so that he would be allowed to hire extra staff on Lost Odyssey.
Yes, because I remember that. I remember that back then. Yeah. They had a number that they were not allowed, and it doesn't matter how inefficient. It doesn't matter if the numbers don't make sense. There is a hard cap on the number of staff
because
you can have.
It's a weird management style that went into Xbox from Microsoft
from years ago.
These are not. Software development, I don't know much about it, but I kind of get how you might be able to have contract workers for the grunt shit. But artistic endeavor shit, you can't just fuck. Oh my god.
Yeah, I remember that article got dug up recently and was about the specific Lost Odyssey case and the hoops they had to jump through. Awesome. All right.
Great. Good stuff. You got an email, send it to castlesuperbeast@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeast@gmail.com.
There's two.
Okay, give me more news. Give me one more news.
Okay, there's two more news. Two cool things are happening. One, there is a Third Strike celebration manga that's coming out.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, being it's Street Fighter 3 Third Strike 25th Anniversary Celebration Manga. You can go check out Motoki Yoshihara's Twitter to see a couple of sketches and what's going on with that. But he's an artist that's been working on, well, he did some work for Capcom for Sengoku Basara, and he's done a ton of work for them for Japanese tournaments like Cooperation Cup and stuff. He's done a bunch of artwork for Third Strike for the last fucking 20 years and has been...
Is that cover art Sean getting his fucking shit rocked?
He's been a beast. Yeah, Sean getting his shit rocked and a whole bit, like, he's been doing Third Strike art for years, so it looks like an actual project is going down. And the dude's, I think he had a quote that's just like, no matter how hard I try, I can't stop drawing Third Strike. So it's like, fuck yeah, that's great, that's cool. Please look forward to it. Yeah, I put a link there, and it's in the description as well. And also, hey, Nick Cage is going to be Spider-Man Noir in a live-action TV series.
I like Nick Cage. He seems cool. He's going to be buried in a pyramid.
I remember reading Spider-Man Noir, and I remember liking it, but I don't remember anything that specifically happened outside of, oh, man, the Noir aesthetic is cool. Which...
Yeah, that's good, because they don't need to... Yeah.
Which is the energy they brought into Spider-Verse, which is 100% it. It's just, yeah, like, oh, look at him being all noir, and he's got a grappling hook. Yeah. Cool. So we'll see what the fuck that is. Why live action? A grappling hook. It's whatever. Well, and yeah, that's it. All right. Send a letter to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Okay.
Or don't.
Okay. Let's see. We got one coming in here from...
Oh yeah, Dracula's coming to Dead by Daylight.
Oh yeah. I saw
Dracula from Castlevania.
I saw
Specifically, which is so weird because Dracula's free. You don't have to use the Castlevania one.
But that's the one that can say all the memes and can do the cool moves that you know.
Yeah, you should.
Does that mean you're gonna get to fucking pick up a cross and a whip and do wild shit as one of the escapees?
I don't know, man.
Okay. There's one coming in from Tim in Spokane who says, Dear Bait God Wooly and Pingmaster Pat, your talk about pinging systems in League of Legends recently and how it isn't nearly as bad for toxicity as chat had me laughing because of an issue League had not too long ago. League reworked their pinging system and added more options so that people wouldn't need to type as much, but they included a ping called bait. Either for planning a bait or warning your team about one. The design of the ping icon was such that it was a fishing hook, but the way the hook curved around made it look similar to the rope of a hanging noose.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Combine this with the loud noises that pings make on your team, and you've suddenly got a new loud in-game element that tells your teammates to go hang themselves, which is what the ping quickly became used for before it was outright removed from the game for what devs called unacceptable usage. Can you think of any changes that a dev team has made in the past with the intent being used for something else in a similar way? That's
pretty good
to get to that level of creative. Yeah. Okay. I haven't played, so I couldn't tell you, but I remember there being something about spitting in WoW, right? There was a spit emote, and then then they got rid of it. And like I heard there were like people who were like abusing it and stuff, but then there were also people who were using it to like spit on paid mounts or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were.
So
FF14 PvP, you can only select from like 5 or 6 like pre-made messages. Like the only way to communicate at all is to be like good job or they're coming this way. But people just spam nice job.
Okay.
When people fuck up.
Yeah. Nice job. Good job. Yeah.
In 14, you can put like markers down for positions, like if you need to move around. So like a little football field. So you can write down 1, 2, 3, 4 and A, B, C, D. Right. So you have 8. But turns out, if you put D1, C, BA4, it looks like you wrote dick bag.
Yeah.
So people would save that and then place it inside dungeons on enemies or players they didn't like. Dick bag. That's still there. That's not going anywhere.
Doesn't Fortnite also just remove emotes like every 2 seconds because they always become something terrible? I feel like I've heard about multiple waves of emote
They had the
introductions.
whipping one that went to the Fortnite with the Martin Luther King.
Yep,
which was
that was one of them. But I feel like there's always perpetually some sort of Fortnite banning emote thing going
probably.
on. Okay, great, wonderful. And let's take one from Davo, who says, "Dear Lords of Castle Super Beast,
what's up, man?
Are you ever willing to give gyro aiming a genuine shot? It's been getting a lot more support outside Nintendo console games because people realize it's flat out better than analog stick aiming. PS, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and COD have gyro on PlayStation and PC."
Yeah, I'm bad at it.
I don't mind. I'm down if the game incorporates it in a way where it's intended. I grew to appreciate some of it with Splatoon, but that's a unique use case for the game and the way you shoot it in that game, covering ground and such. I'm not opposed to it if it's implemented in a way that doesn't annoy me, I guess. But the onus is on the game to do that. Subtle.
Yeah, I'm awful at it. Awful. Can't hit the broadside of a fucking barn with it.
Did Returnal have any of that, or am I?
I don't think so.
No. I guess Returnal was just the other DualSense stuff that was going on with it. But wasn't there something to movement with the controller? There was something about Returnal that was like, oh shit, this is actually done well. I forget what, but something about it. Anyway, yeah. All right. It needs to be properly implemented in the game, but I've seen evidence of it working. Splatoon has proven that. It doesn't work in everything.
So like every single time I run into a game that has it, I give it a shot and then die instantly because I'm horrible at it. And I don't know how you're supposed to improve at it because I just wildly overshot everything. And the other thing is that when I'm moving, my camera starts to go everywhere.
Okay.
Because I don't sit perfectly still.
Haptic feedback on the triggers. That's what it was. The half charge, full charge bit. Yes, that was cool.
Yeah.
There are times I've switched the keyboard and PlayStation controller over to the gyro typing. That's been faster for me, but that's the main use case. Yeah, that'll do. All right.
Okay, bye everybody. Don't get fired. Try not to get fired.
Don't get struck by lightning, guys.
Yeah, don't do it.